That's high quality H2O.
Cheers, Phil. Welcome in, everyone from Livestream. I'm glad to see you guys in here. I hope you enjoy what we're doing today. It'll be a one shot with all of the lovely people. We're going to be having Take a Chill Phil, Soap Sand, obviously Lou, and Peach. Today's thing will be taking place on an airship, and they don't know what's going on yet, so we'll see how they deal with it. If you enjoy the music you're listening to, you can press !music, and you can see who is playing. I actually have permission from these artists to play their music, so check it out. And for now, I'm going to go back to mute, and whatnot. Greetings, fellow geeks and gamers that sleeps in the day. Here we're going to be playing some Dungeons and Dragons today with a few amazing people. I'll let them introduce themselves here in just a moment. Today's one shot will be taking place on an airship. I said that earlier in the introduction, but for those who weren't here for that, two of our players are ones that have not been with us before, and then two of them will be our returning players. Let me go ahead and switch over to our D&D scene here. That could be hidden for now. Boop. And I'm going to unmute you guys. Now, one by one, if you guys have my screen up, you can see the order. I normally do this left, so it would be Phil, and then Sand, and then Loot, and then Peach. If you guys want to introduce yourselves, and then introduce your characters as you do so. So, start us off, Phil.
Hi, everybody. I am typically Take a Chill Phil, your friendly neighborhood space sloth, driving through space and playing RPGs. But today, I am playing the Halfling Thief Pierogi, and I can't wait to hop into this. I'm one of the returning players.
All right, Sand.
All right. Unnamed Sandwich or Sand. My guy, Artie, he is a elf, or a wood elf, and he's found himself in a pact with a fae. And because of his friendly imp that he likes to keep around, he does a lot of good in town, but every once in a while he gets pretty showy and pretty. He gets kind of taken over by his fae patron. So this is gonna be fun.
Very good, very good. All right, Loot.
All right. The stream just went into ad mode for me. Do you want me to go ahead and?
Oh, let me. Yeah, I thought I'd already. Oh, because I started late. Yeah, well, we'll just hold on for a moment.
Okay.
Normally, it ends right as my stream starts because I have things timed out, but I started my stream about 3 minutes late, so.
I don't know all of the intricacies of the ad nonsense, but
I have experimented with it to get it just so. So that's, you know. Got about 20 seconds left in the ad, and then.
okie doke.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so my character is Kafira. She is a hill dwarf. She worships Lyra, who is the goddess of like festivities, and so the way that she worships is by very proudly and aggressively partying, in the name of her goddess. She's the first person to stop for a party. She won't pass one up if given the opportunity. And then she's older, so she's kind of like, calm down, enjoy life. Everything doesn't need to be rushed. That kind of mentality kind of leans on wisdom, as what she does. And she's our cleric. Yeah. And then she also has she has the Tempest domain, so she likes to bring the thunder. I think of her like an older Lady Thor.
Perfect. All right, Peach.
So I'm Peach. I am playing Madame Black, who is a druid that is lighthearted and loves to make people laugh, but can get serious when push comes to shove, and has a bond with looking for her friend who left to join the criminals.
All right, so that sums us up the basics. Now, if people are noticing, there's a couple new things on the screen that haven't been here before. If you notice next to Loot, We have this little shiny gold star that is inspiration. It's the first time anyone has any because today is Lute's birthday. So everyone wish Lute a happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday!
Birthday.
I also have added down here for anyone who's curious, because I've had some people ask about it. If you want, at any point throughout the game, as a member of the chat, you can cheer 100 bits and just tell me who, and then that player will get advantage on their next roll, no matter what type of roll it is. If we're going to experiment with that, it's only 100 bits, so nice and cheap. We're going to try to do some more later, but we're adding those for now. That should sum up the intros and everything, so let's get down to business. The four of you, through either favor or fortune, have either purchased or been given tickets to ride the newest, largest airship, the never-before-seen airship known as the Dragon Turtle. A 1,200-foot long by 300-foot wide and 100-foot tall ship with large sails, and where you would normally see oars are canvas wings. Around it is a ring of fire that seems to be a propulsion system. Ships like this, of this size, have never been used before, and this is a great undertaking. Your safety has been assured, as this has been tested for several months before they're opening it to the public. This trip will take its passengers over the Great Mountain Range, the Great Desert, and eventually dock at an ocean city across the continent. All meals, music, ball will be paid for by the ticket that you have. However, there are levels to your ticket. You all have the basic ticket, meaning your rooms are going to be more meager and you will not be part of the lavish meals. Instead, you will be given more amenable meals to people of your stature. Inside of this, there's also a casino. There are several atriums and a large pool. Also, on either side of the ship, you can see several small personal-sized airships that you've seen before fly through the air at breakneck speeds. These things are not as safe as this large, massive ship that you are about to approach. The ticket says this trip should take 4 days, and you can think of it as a luxury cruise. On the dock, you see this massive creation of wood, metal, and other materials, and it's absolutely awe-inspiring. It's like seeing a oversized galleon in the ocean being lifted directly in front of you. Even for those who are used to airships, this is beyond comprehension. The crowd around you, including yourselves, is about 150 people. Most of them seem to be wealthy individuals who probably have more money than mind. People that probably are just here to flex their wealth more so than to enjoy the cruise itself. This is a status symbol to them as far as you can tell. The rest of you, however, amongst them, you can see a few that are either adventurers or well-known individuals. But we'll get into that as things go on. I would like for all of you, first roll, to go ahead and roll for me a d20, and the order we go down, whoever has the highest, will get to interact with the ship first. You'll be further up in line to enter the ship. So that's how we're going to do this. So if everyone will roll a d20 for me. Okay.
Oh.
Very good.
Great first roll.
I mean, it's a good place to
Right.
waste it, right? It's just,
Right? Get it over with.
All right, Pierogi, you are the first one to approach this massive ship. You are on the You're on the dock, which is at the top of a tower, much higher than any of the airship docks have ever been. And in front of you is this massive ship. As you approach, you will be on the top deck of this massive ship, which can be easily broken down. Oh, actually, before I continue this, for everyone who doesn't know anything about boats, here's a quick infographic. So the bow is the front, the stern is the left, the back, the port is the left, and the starboard is the right. We can pull that up at any point, but just so we have that. Anyways, at the bow of the ship is a large open area that you can see a nice glass dome that you can tell peers down into the rest of the ship. Behind this is a much more condensed area of rooms that you can assume is nicer, but not quite the royal suites of the place. Behind this, further back along it, you can find closer to the stern, you can find a swimming pool and 2 of these atriums. You can also see the helm and what you can take to be the captain's quarters. The people around you are starting to file in, and you are among the first to step onto the ship.
Oh boy, I've got my backpack packed and my shoes tied tight, and I am ready to board this ship and have a great time. I've been wanting a vacation for a while. And I tried to get a job at a mine a little bit ago, as they were having some trouble. But when I looked for the proprietor, they were dead. I guess that contract was canceled. I don't know what happened there, but I'm not. I'm kind of tired of looking for work, and I'm gonna take a little cruise. I was lucky to get this ticket. And I can't wait to schmooze and hobnob and eat my heart out on this luxury cruise. So I'm just gonna kind of make my way onto the deck of the ship, kind of get a lay of the land. Oh, I see there's a pool. I cannot wait to take a dip in that later. Get my little sandals off and soak my toesies. And let's see. Can I get a good scope of what? How do I put this? Do I see any recognizable or notorious notoriety any
Notable?
figures with notoriety?
Sure.
I would like to see, if I recognize any celebrities, any very well-to-do people. I'm looking for marks.
All right. So the first person that you see as you reach the top of the ramp is you do see Dareth Yeldrin, who is the captain of the ship. He is a well-known war veteran. You know that this ship was something that he paid for out of his own pocket. That's how wealthy this individual has come through all of his adventures throughout the wars. You know that he is retired now at the young age of 165. He is a half-elf. And you know that he is he's known for being very greedy. So you know that he may not be the easiest mark, but you do know he always has money with him.
Is he greeting people onto the ship?
He is.
Okay.
Amongst the rest, though, you will also notice a noble that is from Nuck, which you know to be the Orcish nation. You can see several high nobles from this particular city. There is Hasaid, who is a wood elf. Young for a wood elf. He's only 145, but he has moved up to be a high officer of the court. You know that he commands essentially whatever he wants out of the treasury. You also know that he is He's one to enjoy parties, getting a little bit too drunk often, so you can think of him as an easier mark. You also know that he gets in trouble a lot for his interactions with women that he thinks because he thinks he is the man. Um,
Ah.
yes, yes, yes. You also see a guild merchant that you actually probably have interacted with before as a personal character, who is Olivia Wildcloak, who is a halfling. 36 years of age, so kind of, middle aged for a halfling. And you know that she is actually one of the higher members of the Merchants Guild. And she's a traveling merchant, though, and always has her wares somewhere near her because she's the paranoid sort that won't let other people deal with her wares. There are several other people, but those are the ones that are going to be the most notable for someone who is looking to have marks.
That is perfect. Absolutely. I think for now, I would like to make my way to the I guess like if there's like a bar or buffet table out, and would kind of just like start loading up on snacks, and kind of wait to see where this party goes.
Sure. So I will say on the top here, there's no like food. There's just people with trays of alcoholic beverages. If you do
Oh, I'll make
inquire,
my way. Yeah.
if you do inquire about food, you will know that it is on the middle and bottom decks. So
Okay. Yeah. I would like to. I I guess ideally, I would like to wait in kind of a central location where I can see who all is coming onto the ship and making their way around. Just generally surveying where my best prospects are going.
all right, that works for me. And then we have Madam Black as the second one to be able to interact with the ship.
Okay. Um, so I will get on with my luggage, my hat and sundress, and look around. Um, am I able to speak with the captain?
Yeah, absolutely. He is standing, greeting everyone. Let me pull up a quick picture of him. Oh, gotta hide the ship for that. Ha 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 ha. Not that. Come on, OBS, work with me here. There we go. Okay. This is Daerth. And he will say,
Hmm, it's behind the ship.
give it a second, give it a second. Like I said, I had to get OBS to catch up with me.
Oh, you're good.
Um, and yeah, he greets you, and um, you may, if actually because of where your position as a noble, you've probably interacted with him casually in the past, not to the point where you would recognize each other, but enough that you would know who he is a bit more, and you know that he not only is he wealthy, he's a drinker. He is truly a soldier who came into funds. He's not someone who came from a wealthy family. He's the sort of person who is awkwardly rubbing elbows with the nobles. So he doesn't really fit in with people like of your status on a normal basis. So that's who this man is, and he says, "Ma'am."
Hmm.
He just nods his head, "Ma'am."
Hello, Captain. I am actually meeting a friend here on the ship. Um, you may have recognized him from the papers from when we were fighting the Clybolds in the mine. Goes by the name Pierogi. Have you seen him?
Well, I did. We did have. He doesn't immediately say it. Instead, he leans over and talks to an attendant, and they say, "Oh yes, Pierogi has already boarded the ship." What's the
Excellent.
name of the character in the picture? This is Daereth Yeldrin. I will spell that out if you want it.
Yes, please.
There you go. That is the name of this individual. He is the captain, to answer your question, Lou. But they say, yeah, Pierogi has in fact boarded already. I'm sure he is somewhere on the ship. Most people are still up here on the top, unless he's moved to his room already. But beyond that, no, I don't know exactly who he is. No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. When he says I will head more central to the upper deck, and I assume I see Pierogi and be like, well, long time no see. Been
Uh,
a while since we knocked out that neckbeard guy. Have you been
uh,
since?
oh, which guy was that?
Uh, the neckbeard guy, the mines guy that we knocked out for the dragon.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I was trying to take a job with the mines, but when I tried to look for the proprietor, the worker said something about being zapped to a crisp or something. I wasn't. If it, I don't know what you're talking about. But I am glad to see you made it to the cruise. I actually I have a present for you, and Pierogi searches through his pack, and he's just like, I found this one off of a guy I stayed in a local hostel with, and I don't think he's going to be using it anymore. And he hands Madame Black the piece of ruby that Pastor Pronis earned at the end of the last thing.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a nice find, isn't it? Hey, have a drink. Have a drink. I would like to. I would like to go around and schmooze, and I know your family name has some notoriety. Have you met Hussein? Excuse me.
Hasaid.
What was it? Hasaid. Excuse me. I can't even read my own handwriting. Uh, he is a high officer. Works with the treasury. He's very well to do. If you guys have not met, you probably should.
I have not met him. I would love to.
And I would like to lead Madame Black to meeting Hasaid at some point after introductions.
Sure. So this is, just so you know, this is what the character looks like that you will be looking for. He is a platinum blonde wood elf. So that's what Hasaid looks like.
Awesome.
Alrighty then. Loot, how would you like to enter this ship and interact with things?
So Kafira has spent quite a bit of time at the temple worshiping and building her skills as a cleric, and so really looking forward to this time away where she can celebrate Lyra by partying and getting into festivities. And so as soon as Kafira enters the ship, she's going to be looking for the pockets that look like they're having the most fun.
Sure. So on the bow of the ship, there is that's where the most people have already started to take up their wine goblets and such, and there are people handing out the most alcoholic beverages up there. There are small bottle gnomes walking around to refill your drinks, all up there on the bow, the front of the ship.
Okay.
And as you approach it, you can see the bow is an open top bow. You can see over down into the city, the very large city, and it's probably for a dwarf. It might be a little dizzying to look over this edge to see out. So you may find yourself immediately turning back and going for the alcohol. And the people that are, these people are mostly more refined, but you can definitely see some of them are understanding they're on a vacation and immediately going for a strong bit of alcohol.
Oh, yes. And if I'm going to be dizzy, I'd rather it be from the libations than the view.
Of course.
So I think that I would. Kavira grabs a drink and finds a place to sit to observe. What the merriment as the boat is getting boarded.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a bunch of people who will even occasionally like come over and just do a toast and clink goblets with you, as it were, and just small talk, nothing too overly important, as these people kind of most of them you can tell kind of see you the way you're dressed as an adventurer versus a noble. They kind of have maybe not the first person they'd spend time with, but you were clearly wealthy enough to make it onto the ship as far as they're concerned. So they're kind of that tentative, but a little bit more accepting than you would be used to from nobles of this sort. All right. And then, San, Artie, how do you interact with your entrance to the ship?
Well, this whole time where everybody else is already on the boat,
yeah,
I've
you're
been
towards
kind of...
the very back at this point. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting on Doc this whole time, talking to my imp. Like he's got his invisibility on, and I'm just like trying to get some like, okay, we can do this. There's gonna be a lot of people. We're used to a small village that barely knows us. Like, okay, we got this. So we wait for kind of like a medium crowd, so we can not be seen necessarily, but or noticed, but also I don't want to be around everybody.
Sure.
So we're going in, and Job, my imp, familiar. Before we went on, I told him to go look for maybe a captain or somebody who's important, because honestly, I don't know why I'm here.
Sure.
This invitation kind of popped out of nowhere, and my Fey Queen, Queen Winter, she usually just kind of gifts me things. So I'm doing it. I'm going to go see, and I'm going to go ask some important people why I might be.
Sure.
Going up, what? Oh, also, I'm a little confused. I thought it was going to be a turtle coming in, I saw the name.
Yeah, for sure.
I was excited.
Sure. The captain, again, he's greeting. He's doing the very welcome to the ship sort of thing, unless you stop to talk to him. So that's one of the first people that'll greet you once you make it up the ramp onto the ship. Again, it's Dareth, the half elf, and he looks a little bit more rugged than the most of the people here. Like, he looks like he actually belongs on a ship versus all these nobles that are moving around. So he looks a little bit more down to earth, like maybe you would find him more comfortable as a country boy.
Okay. Yeah, if I feel more comfortable around him, I'm going to go up to him and say, hey, can I talk to you later? Because I imagine the line behind me is kind of pushy.
And sure, and you're far enough back with that nat one that you're like one of the last people in. So it's not so much. It's not so much that you're at the end or there's a bunch of people behind you. It's more so that he has to get to the final preparations and make announcements and stuff. So, but he's like, of course, you can find me at my quarters, and he just points over towards the helm of the ship. It's just slightly towards the stern, but almost in the middle of the ship. You can see this very important looking room, and it's got like an open glass front, and glass is extremely expensive, by the way. So it's like, you can tell it's a very expensive, but it's the headquarters. Immediately whenever he points at it, it's like, if you want, you can join me there. Hell, I'll even show you how to fly this thing.
I'm up for that. Very excited. I kind of gesture and because I guess I can talk to my imp telepathically too.
Right.
I tell him to go up there and just keep a watch and look for anything, because even though I'm not, a suspicious person, I feel unsure why I'm here.
Sure. And so like you're wanting the imp to go to the helm. Is that where you're sending him?
To the glass, like looking in
Yeah.
there, just pretty much waiting for me to get up there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so he'll fly up there and he'll kind of like post up there, and I can't remember. You can see through their eyes, right? Like that's something that you get with Find Familiar.
Yeah.
So
So especially Pack of the Chain.
right. So as he goes up there, he will look in, and I will show you the top-down view. I don't have any front views of this stuff, but I can show you what he is going to be seeing here. This one? All right. So as he looks in, you'll see a very spacious room that has a lot of open area that you would see. Kind of seems useless in a place like this, but in the very center is a very large wheel that looks like you would see on a traditional sailing ship. However, on either side of it, you see some sort of unique levers that you assume have something to do with the way this would elevate. And you can see a very large map to one side and several musical instruments strewn across the room.
Okay. I've got a proficiency in land vehicles, so I'm not super great at air vehicles, but I'm going to have my imp kind of pay attention, or at least kind of toggle to me if there's anybody using those levers or driving the whole thing.
Yeah, and currently the room is empty, and you can probably assume that it's probably because everyone's getting everyone on board. You do notice that there are, or at least your imp will notice. What was the imp's name again? Sorry.
Job.
Job? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Job.
J-O-B.
All right, perfect. Job will notice that there are people who appear to be sailors approaching this room as if they're making final preparations. He will also notice that some of them are going to the back of the room where there is like an elaborate set of gears and like steam valves and stuff set up, and they are starting to interact with this stuff and what looks like final preparations for takeoff.
Awesome.
As you guys all settle in to some extent, Dareth will move to the bow of the ship, the very front of the bow of the ship, and he will hold a stone to his neck for a moment. And anyone who knows anything about magic can tell he is performing thaumaturgy to raise the volume of his voice. And he says, "Well, that's all aboard. Now, go find a place to make yourself comfortable and buckle in. We are about to take off, and takeoff will be a bit bumpy. We don't want anyone to fall off. Ha 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 ha. Please don't fall off." And then he says, "But food will be served in the lower two decks. Feel free to go down there. You will be safe as long as you're not near the edges of the ship. If at any point throughout your stay on this cruise, get a hold of one of the sailors. We have all sorts of people here who are experts in healing, experts in all sorts of vocations. So if you find yourself in any sort of danger, please let someone know. That being said, everyone go find your seats, as we will be taking off within the next 10 minutes. And with that, he's going to start walking past towards the same helm that Job is looking at. Just as a general idea, where is everyone going to position themselves at within the next 10 minutes as this thing's about to take off? Just whereabouts? Peru?
I'll probably be... Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I'll probably be sitting somewhere where no one will notice me, that I'm really just kind of watching through Job's eyes. So somewhere kind of secluded, but not suspicious.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. There's plenty of just random little nooks and crannies, and there's a whole lot of what's the word I want to say, architecture to this. Because it's supposed to be like a resort on the inside, so there's a lot of little places like just little side tables with a plant or whatever. So you can just find one of those to sit down. That'll be. Are you staying on the top deck or are you going down below?
Oh, probably top deck. Just really the fastest, the quickest place I can
Yeah.
find.
Absolutely perfect. Pierogi, where are you going to nestle yourself in?
Assuming that we are taking off and there is going to be a need to buckle in, I would like to find some place that I can, hold on to a rail or something, such that I can still kind of like watch us take off. Like when is the next time I'm going to be on an airship and one this grand? I would like to kind of like take in the sights of everything around in the air as the ship takes off.
Sure.
So if I can get near I understand I'm pretty lightweight, but I'm also kind of low to the ground. If I can like secure myself by a railing when we take off, that would be great because I would like a view.
Sure. So on the bow, there are several seats and benches set up, and you can see that there's plenty of ways to secure yourself. And along the perimeter of it, there are seats that are a little bit a ways from the edge, like you wouldn't be right up to the rail, but you would be able to see over fairly well.
Yeah, I would like to do that. Well, wait, um can I do the Titanic thing where like arms out, just I'm king of the world? No, can I? That's probably a bad idea. I'll just take one of those front seats so that I can see everything as we take off.
Yeah, the difference between
Suddenly, our party is down to 3.
You're right, yeah. The difference between those two is one, you fall into the water and people can recover you. The other one, you fall to your death.
Right.
New character.
All right, Kafira?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just
I'm
gonna
done.
say, I'd like to take in the sights from a safe distance from the rail. I'd like to experience it, grateful for the opportunity and, in kind of like that worshipy kind of space of like taking in the sights and taking in the excitement and kind of feeding off of everybody else's excitement, but not feeling like I'm going to fall down.
Sure. So maybe like one of the benches on the bow that are like right up against the structure, like all the way to the back, but you can still see over the sides.
Yeah.
So still top deck, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and Madam Black, how about you?
So I will also kind of take in the sights, but kind of be safe about it. And I'll kind of, I guess, notice Kafira and extend my hand out and introduce myself as Madam Black.
Perfect. So go ahead. Yeah, you introduce yourself to Kafira.
Oh, well, it's
Hi.
wonderful to meet you. Would you like to sit near me?
Sure. How how did you get your ticket? Did you win it by chance in a game of cards, kind of like Jack Dawson?
Well, for me, I was just called to try to wander and saw an opportunity uh, to participate in this new experience.
Sweet. By chance, what room did they have you in?
Now, you guys are all on the lower deck, the bottom deck.
Okay. Um, are they doing it where they have like people are sharing rooms or no?
None of you guys are being forced to share rooms. No, there are
Okay.
only a few individuals. Most people are here with shared rooms, but you guys all got lucky and have individual rooms.
Well, it's definitely very nice to meet you, Kefira. Um, hopefully this takeoff isn't as bumpy as they say it's gonna be.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be an adventure.
Before we do, would you like a drink? I can go get us a couple of drinks.
I think I already have a drink in hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, here's to great adventures and hopefully a safe travel there and back. And
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
raise my glass to cheer her and take a sip.
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys settle in, I will say, Job will see that the captain goes into that helm area, and he does position himself by the wheel. He will pull on two of the levers, and everyone will, as he does this, everyone will feel the whole ship start to buzz. It kind of tickles your feet underneath you, sort of buzzing of the whole entire ship at once. There's a sound like fire being lit, like a match being lit, but much louder. As the flaming ring around the ship grows to almost what you would feel like is it looks like a small sun, but not nearly that intense. But it almost it reminds you of that sort of situation as the whole thing starts to float away a little from the dock, and then as it reaches the required distance, without even waiting a moment, it lurches forward in a bit that would it's almost uncomfortable with how quickly it accelerates. It's like someone pushing down the pedal full speed on a race car as it takes off. So you are all pushed back into your seats, and Artie, since you're kind of sitting in a thing, you're kind of pushed sideways up against the wall as it almost pins you, and Job is pushed up against the glass. He's like the fly on the windshield, unable to move. And it takes off very quickly. And for anyone who is looking out over the bow, the city seems to just fly away from you. It doesn't look like you're moving, but instead, like everything around you has just flown away from you like it was been thrown. It takes a moment for your minds to catch up to the idea that you are, in fact, the object moving. You clear the city wall in what only takes a couple seconds, and by cart it would take you at least half an hour to go from your position to the city wall. So this thing flies uncomfortably quick for everyone, especially people who are landlocked normally or not used to being in situations like this. The wind is surprisingly calm despite this. Like it's like the wind does not give you that sort of overwhelming feeling like you would have if you were on, say, a roller coaster, but instead a gentle breeze, and which might be a little shocking to anyone who has been in airships like this. So obviously on a smaller scale. After it clears the wall, it quickly gains altitude as you find yourself lifting up through the clear sky until almost what feels like a fog covers the ship. You do notice, however, that this cloud, as you can assume it is, doesn't actually reach into the ship. It's as if there is a bubble around the whole ship that keeps the clouds off of you. Once it clears, you are in the sky like a bird. Above you, blue sky and the sun. Around you, nothing but the mountains in the distance. Below you, you see the fields of grass and trees waving with the wind and wake of this thing moving so quickly over top of it.
That's high quality H2O.
Cheers!
I'm gonna pick myself up because that definitely made me fall.
For sure.
Oh yeah, I'm amazed because I was pressed against the glass for a second, and then I woke up on the floor, and then I look around, and all these clouds are kind of just being pushed away.
Yeah.
I'm just memorized by it.
Yeah. How do the others react to such a unique sensation? Anyone have anything they want to add to that moment?
with the jolt of the ship,
Mhm.
I accidentally spilled my drink on my lap, and we'll kind of freak out like, no, I couldn't. This can't be wet. I need to go find something to get this dry. Like, this is gonna ruin my clothing.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would if it's left to be.
I think with Pierogi like right at the front of the ship, the initial jump like is quite a shock, and he's like hanging on with both hands to the railing or to the seat sides, whatever.
Uh-huh.
And like, you know, at that jump, his lips are kind of like flapping in the wind like a dog with its head out the window. But then it turns into a cool breeze, and you know, his hair kind of settles from being flown back, and it's just like, whoa,
And
what a rush!
Kafira is taking it in, like almost cackling with laughter, with just finding it like the exhilaration of it.
Mhm.
So, like enrapturing, really, while at the same time like trying to make like help Madame Black locate any kind of cloth or anything that she can use to help with her spilled drink. Kafira, being the party animal that she is, her drink is empty, so there was nothing left to spill. But just overcome with like kind of giddiness at the feeling of the adventure beginning.
Perfect. As you guys are, scrounging around for cloth or whatever to try to clean up the mess, a woman will approach, and she is a human woman who dresses like a widow, wearing all black and a black veil. A little bit of a downer to see in such a high energy location, but she just approaches and casually, with a magical word, runs her hand in front of the spilled location and lifts the stain, without any sort of wherewithal or anything. Just a quick little, and it's done. A hand wave and it's done.
I feel like I'm gonna totally feel that happening or noticed it.
Yeah, you
for,
can
like
definitely
across
notice.
the
Yeah,
bow.
you can definitely notice it. Yeah. And if you're anyone who has a knowledge of arcane magic, will just know that this is prestidigitation. It's nothing too fancy. It was done almost lazily, though. It wasn't done with any effort in order to remove the stain.
May I do a wisdom check or a intelligence check on the widow that we just saw?
Sure. What do you want to? What are you trying to? Are you just trying to figure out who she is? Is that what you're like? You're trying to remember if you recognize her?
Correct.
Yeah. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. You can do if you have history. You can throw that on.
Okay. So yeah, I'll do intelligence, which is a 13 with a +1,
+1. Yep.
and a history with a +3.
All right.
I think that's 2 d20s, right?
1d20, and you'll just add 4 to it.
Gotcha. 18
18
total.
Yeah. So you know that this is Lureen Buckman. She is she married into a wealthy family. You know that she is the sort of person who got where she was through all through her charm. She is very well known to be someone who talks her way through everything and has never worked a day in her life. She is a natural at magic. you would assume that she is a sorcerer or that she was given her powers like through a warlock or something, but she's not a studied mage. She's definitely someone who came by it naturally. Um, Beyond that, you don't know a whole lot because she's not much more of a well-known entity. You do know, however, that Mr. Buckman had died mere days ago. So maybe she was supposed to be here with him originally, but she is here alone.
Okay. I'll kind of lean over to Kafira and say, we should probably go talk to her. I know she just recently lost her husband, so this trip must be hard for her.
And this person is still within earshot, right?
Yes, she is. She didn't walk
So
far.
then
She just kind of did it
I
and
will
took a couple steps forward.
I will take Peach's kind of cue for interacting and just kind of raise my voice a little bit and be like, "Well, that's quite the trick that you have there."
And she turns and, oh, is it? Like very nonplussed about it, just very like, oh, if you say so.
Well, I can think of so many different scenarios where that could come in handy. You must be quite talented.
Oh, I've been told I'm talented, dear. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, you that magic trick was phenomenal. Like, how long did it take you to master that?
Oh, I've been doing that since I was a child, darling.
Neat. I would love to learn that sometime.
I'm sure if you tried hard enough, you could do it.
Watching all of this, because I noticed the magic and everything, I'm paying attention to your guys' conversation. Could I get like a insight check or some kind of idea of where like what kind of magic she's really using? I'm looking for anything.
Give me an Arcana
connected
check. Give me an Arcana check.
Sweet. Well, I got a 12.
I'm going to say that because of your origin, you can tell that this would be a sort of spell that was she is using someone else's power. You can't tell for sure if what the origin is, but you can feel a kindred power to what you use. That she is probably a warlock of some sort.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of tell my job to keep an eye on her instead.
Sure.
And kind of changes. Keep listening. I'm gonna keep listening.
Pierogi is going to step back from where he's seated over to Madame Black to kind of regroup, and he's kind of fixing his hair, and he's like, I see you've made a friend or two. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Pierogi, a freelancer, treasure hunter, dragon slayer, survivor of 100 magic missiles in the Great Wizarding Wars, and King of the Ring. It is my pleasure to meet you all. What are you talking about?
There.
Well, they're all very well earned.
And the widow in front of you turns, says, "Treasure hunter. That's another word for thief, isn't it?"
Not necessarily. But I suppose you're not really in a whole lot of archaeological circles.
And she kind of chuckles to herself. She says, that old disguise. I understand. Carry on, you small one.
I think Pierogi is going to sense a kindred spirit in a way with this woman and be like, okay, game recognizes game. And he says, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I see everyone here is talking. Are you teaching magic tricks?
Oh, I don't teach anyone anything except for a lesson or two, if you know what I mean. And she kind of gives you that knowing look.
Yeah, I'll wink back. Um, Madam Black, who's your dwarvish friend here?
This is Kafira. She's just looking for an adventure, and we just happened to meet and shared a drink and a few laughs. And
Absolutely.
then
I'm nothing
I
special. I'm just out here on an adventure, just taking it all in.
that takeoff, it I kind of had a little spill.
Uh, it happens to the best of us. We all get our clothing scuffed and dirty. I've certainly seen you mess your clothes up with worse things.
Shh, we don't talk about that. They don't know.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Sounds like more than a story or two.
Let's just say, I sometimes can be a little wolfish.
Hey, did you guys see that the captain let somebody up into the up by the wheel and like was showing him around?
What?
Yeah, like do we get like free tours of the cockpit?
He hasn't actually brought Artie up there yet. He just said he would do it later.
Oh, got it.
So you could have overheard that still. You could have heard that he's
Okay,
going to.
yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
We should
That sounds fascinating.
we should try finding the guy and talk to him, see what that's all about.
Yeah,
That's
if
another
if,
one that looks like they've got a lot of stories.
if Pierogi is anywhere near Artie or the guy that he overheard was offered a little bit of a tour.
Yeah.
He's going to verify and hi there, excuse me. Did I hear correctly that they were offering tours of the cockpit?
As soon as you guys like start talking about me and everything, you start coming up. My eyes turn blue, not just necessarily like glowing, but just like a color change. And I'm gonna use Fey presence here because I assume everybody's like within like 10 feet of each other.
Sure.
If and I'm gonna try to charm all four of you and kind of go into this persona. So I guess that's a wisdom saving throw if anybody wants to try to resist it.
And
We're being
choose-
magically charmed here.
You are being magically charmed.
Yeah.
Here. Now, of course, you can choose to fail it if you want to for some reason, but wisdom saving.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Just straight 20 for me.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
So
You are staring straight at me.
Mine ends up being 19.
Oh, jeez.
This is wisdom, right?
Correct.
Wisdom
Yeah.
So you have like a plus
That's your strength.
6 or something.
My DC's 12, so I mean,
Oh, I can tell you, she's got it too.
So my
Okay.
wisdom is a 18 plus 4.
Mhm.
oh yeah,
So
yeah. So I try my best to try to like just this presence kind of just comes out, and I come up and like, hey guys, I'm Artie. I'm going to go up there. You were talking about me. I'd love to bring you with me, to be honest. I'm new here. I would really love to know everything about all of you. You in the black dress, I really, really love what you were doing. Tell me, who are you? And do you know any Fey entities?
And she just looks you up and down, and she says, "I'm no one you need to be worried about. And no, I don't know any Fae." And she kind of gives a disgusted look at the sentiment.
I just like sigh and hold my chest. Oh, well, I guess you haven't met the right one.
Maybe. And she just kind of like does that dismissive hand wave, like, oh, sure, whatever. Like she's brushing off your sentiment entirely.
I'm the whole time I'm trying to read her and like get as much information off her body language or what kind of person she might be.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm just looking at, and then I'm paying attention to all of you to see how you're reacting to me too, because I'm very self-conscious when I'm not in this person.
What's your name, stranger? I am Pirogi, freelancer, treasure hunter, dragon slayer, survivor of 100 magic missiles in the Great Wizarding Wars, king of the ring, and survivor of Baba Yaga's dancing hut.
Do you have that shirt on?
Yes, I do. You see, my halfling is like wearing a red T-shirt that reads "I survived Baba Yaga's dancing hut."
What a shirt! What a shirt! I love that. I don't know how you
I now
made it, but I
need
would
to make that T-shirt, which I will
needs
do.
to be needs to be. But I love your shirt. I love all the titles. That's amazing. I have but one. I have Bear Slayer. Yes, I killed a
Bear
bear.
Slayer.
Yes,
Wow.
You might know.
For anyone who's
the-
curious, this is the shirt. It'll pop up on screen in just a moment.
Beautiful. But yes. I mean, the 10 people in my village, they know what I did. But yes, I'm quite of a upcoming folk hero, if you would. But you'll come to know me.
Well, that sounds very exciting. I cannot hear more of your tales. I cannot wait to hear more of your
Say
tales.
what?
I can't talk.
What? Rude.
I'm sorry, what was her name? The widow.
Lorene.
Lorene, is Lorene still paying attention to us, or is she
Not overly. Like, she hasn't completely left, but she's clearly smoozing with the more well-to-dos.
As I look over and see that, I kind of start, my eyes turn back to brown, and I kind of retreat into myself a little bit, and I just look around. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. Do you guys know where there's any good food? I'm hungry.
Well, I hear that the best food, that the best offerings are at the upper levels, the higher ticket echelons.
I'm gonna have Job go get me some food.
Yes. All right. He's invisible. All right. So as Job is going to fly down the stairway, he will take in the middle deck. If I can find it, here it is. And so at the bow of the middle deck is a large ballroom. It's actually the one that you can see from up on the bow up top. The glass dome that looks down looks into the ballroom. There are large banquet tables here, and they have all sorts of exquisite foods here. There are rare foods here, like maybe dragon meats and things like that. Things that are so lavish, none of you would ever have a chance to try. You also see that there are guards posted at the ballroom, though, and they check people to make sure they're supposed to be there. However, Job just flies his way through. And there are all sorts of unique and expensive things along the outside. Caviars of all varieties of animal. There are, again, these rare meats. There are fruit that you've never even seen. The labels, the nice little note cards sitting in front of them, give names that you can tell. Actually, maybe you specifically would have seen these before. They all have titles of fruits that come from the Feywild. Very rare on the material, like on this part of the plains, but so very expensive and hard to get. So this whole thing is just packed. There's also wines there that you can tell by the way he smells the wine. You can tell that it's the sort of thing that no one could buy. It's not the sort of wine someone could buy. You have to inherit it through some sort of royal lineage type of wine. So it is the best of the best in this ballroom.
Are there any like skylights or any like open ways for him to like take one of those bottles and fly out?
There's no obvious ones besides the glass dome. However, you the guards are all looking outward. So if he were to find some clever ways around, it probably wouldn't be too hard to get through there.
Well, I'm hoping to impress my new talking buddies, so I'm gonna have him try to take one.
All right. Go. Let's see. You have your imp stats, or do I need to pull them up? I was gonna say just make one stealth check. It's at advantage because he's invisible and they're not looking for him. So he just needs to not hit someone with the bottle, essentially.
Okay. Oh, I have not rolled him very well. Let's see. I got a 7 plus. Where are you, Imp Man?
He has advantage too, like I said. So you get.
Oh, cool. Oh, he's got +5 stealth. Nice. So second.
Okay, so
oh my gosh.
So it's a
So 12?
Okay. So he is going to manage to make it by, but it seems he can tell that some people definitely notice the bottle floating by. It may not be the guards themselves, but there are some people who seem to like watch as it floats by, and you're like, oh, they definitely noticed that. But Job does quicken up. He does quicken with it and move very fast to get to you. And of course, for everyone else, what you see is this bottle that is like bobbing up and down with the wing flaps of this imp as it approaches him, and then it just drops into his hands.
I don't even acknowledge it. I just like offer it. I'm just like, hey. Would
Well,
you guys
that's
like
a
some?
neat trick. I'll take some.
Yeah, pop that
Pop it
bubbly
and
open.
throw it.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Yeah, and so when you open it again, it's got that sort of aroma that it's almost divine. It's a mixture of sweet and tart. The alcohol itself is you can't even smell it because it's so perfectly well aged, but you can tell that if you drink it, you know you're going to feel the kick of the alcohol. You can tell that this is one of those very well refined wines. It's designed to be sipped over the entirety of a night, not the sort of thing that you would just drain at once. Now, I'm not saying what you're going to do with it, but you can tell that it's that sort of wine.
I feel like I'm probably not much of a drinker, so I won't take any of that kind of caution, and I'll just keep drinking.
I would kind of take notice of his getting tipsy and a little bit drunk and kind of be like, hey, Artie, you might want to lay off the alcohol a little there. You're getting a bit tipsy there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it kind of hurts. It's nice though,
I love that.
and I'm not drinking it at all. I still hold it though.
I love how there's a wood elf, who are not notoriously well known for holding their alcohol, and a halfling that alcohol just punches them in the face. And then you have this dwarf who could probably just down the bottle. So yeah, as you guys are enjoying this wine that you'll probably never have the likes of again, a human woman will approach you. Here we go. Let me get that picture up and get that picture gone. Maybe. There we go. Luke can't hear. Oh no.
Yeah, she's having trouble with her computer right now. You want to explain it, or?
It just cut out. I stopped hearing after Peach said about whether or not she was going to take any.
Oh, okay.
DC Reese?
We need to, yeah. Bear with us, chat.
I think she's gonna go mess with her computer.
Okay. Technology, great when it works.
This
Mhm.
guy, just take a sledgehammer to it. It'll work just fine.
Right, a few kicks.
Just slap it with the back of your hand and go, hey!
Maybe if you find the right Fey entity.
Right?
Who? I think Phil, was it you that had issues with your PC?
I did, and I replaced my PSU, my power supply, and got it taken a look at, and I'm not having issues.
I'm knocking
Fortunately.
on wood very loudly for you, scaring all the brownies away.
Mm.
Dang.
Any luck?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Welcome back.
All right.
All right. So what
Am I-
did you not hear? What did you not hear? What did you hear? What point did it cut off?
Let me think about what I didn't hear.
At what point did it cut off?
When Artie was offering alcohol and Peach was explaining where was explaining what would happen when she had it, but then it just cut right out.
Okay. So Artie said, "Oh, well, then I'm just going to stop drinking entirely." And, and then I said, "It's kind of funny. We have a halfling and a wood elf, neither of them well known for being able to handle alcohol. And we have the dwarf here who could probably just drain the bottle by herself." That's pretty much all that was said.
Yep.
And then I said,
Yep.
"A human woman approaches."
Okay.
And that's pretty much all. So you didn't miss out on much.
Oh, who are you?
And she just kind of reaches down, takes the bottle from, because I assume Artie kind of just sets it down, and she just takes one big swig out of it, straight out of the bottle, and sets it down and shakes her head. She goes, "Woo! Ooh, that's good." Completely ignoring Madam Black as she does.
That was
I
a
just
bit
smile
rude.
real big.
That was a bit rude, young lady.
Oh, it just looks like she knows how to enjoy herself and have a good time.
"That's right," she says, and she leans in and leans in close to Artie. She's like, "Now, where'd you get this, big guy?" As she just takes another swig straight from it.
I just look at her and say, "Nowhere."
It really did appear right to him. It was crazy.
It was almost magical.
Now, real
Things
quick,
happen like
can
this.
I get everyone to make a perception check for me? Pierogi, you have advantage.
Straight 15.
Okay.
I'm trying to find my perception.
That's my third 12 in a row.
Hey, 12's above average, right?
Am I
Right?
just not seeing it when you guys are doing it?
Is it not? Are they not? So Artie got 10, Pierogi got a 3 and a 15.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I got.
Oh, I guess I'm covering the thing on the screen
8.
at the moment.
I got 14 plus
Okay,
5,
sorry.
so 19.
19. Okay, so Madam Black specifically, you're going to notice as she's kind of flirting with Artie that she pulls it's probably just a silver coin from his pouch, just casually, and no one else notices, just you.
Hey, that's not yours. Get that back. Literally, you are a thief. Give it back to him, or we're gonna have issues.
A thief? How
And
dare!
and you see her, yeah, she covers her chest, kind of oh, how dare you, very theatrically.
Artie's okay with it.
I'm going to, if I may, roll for intimidation.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it's going to be intimidation plus 0.
Okay.
5.
Yeah, so she seems mostly unbothered. Instead, she continues the act, the very offended act. She's not hiding it, by the way. It's very obvious that it's an act. Like, she's not being trying to actually deceive you. She's just doing the "how dare you" sort of like over the top and putting on a show. Like, you can definitely tell she's not hiding the fact that she did in fact get caught. And she pulls out, lifts the silver coin, flips it in the air, catches it, and it holds up her hands. It's gone. Reaches behind Artie's ear, pulls out the silver coin from behind his ear, sets it back in his hand. She says, "I'm just playing around. It's fine."
Do another one.
And she offers her hand out towards Artie, like just in a handshake. She says, "Mokat is my name. And what's yours, cute man?"
Oh, as soon as she puts down her hand, and I'm gonna do it, my eyes turn blue again, and I grab her hand, but also it's like super soft, not a hard, crisp, and I'm just like, "Oh, I enjoy your presence." My name is Artie, and I kind of bow a little bit. I would love to see another magic trick. That was my kind of magic right there.
And she chuckles to herself, and she takes another swig of the bottle before handing it back to you. And she says, "All right, what would you like to see?" As she pulls out from nowhere, she pulls out a couple knives, and she starts juggling them just kind of casually. She's like, "Do you want to see something with knives?" And as she's doing this, they seem to all just disappear from midair. And anyone who's perceptive enough will see that they all slid back into their sheaths. But for anyone who's not used to that sort of thing, it just looks like they disappeared out of midair. She's like, "Or would you like to see?" And she holds up a thing of scarves, and she flicks it, and from it flies out glitter. It's such a kid's magic trick, but it's she's just trying to show off for the drunk guy in front of her, essentially.
I take a giant swig, forgetting about everything that Madam Black said, and I just like cheer a little bit, and I go to clap, and I just fall down.
Oh, I guess it was too much for him. And she, tucks away the scarves, and she's like, "Well, I'm sorry about that."
May
I
I?
spilled. Go ahead.
Sorry, good. May I roll either intelligence or wisdom, or along with history, to kind of look into the background of this person?
I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, but understand that there's a good chance you won't know anything about her. But you can definitely
Gotcha.
roll to see. But I'm just gonna let you know there's a good chance you won't know.
Got you. Okay. So intelligence 13 plus 1, and then history plus 3.
So yeah, you don't recognize her.
Okay. So what's your game here? Like, you seem to like it the knives didn't even go disappear. They just went back down your sleeves.
Oh, well, it's just to get people looking the other way, obviously.
So your game is to deceive.
You could say that. I mean, I wasn't really going to give him back the coin if you hadn't seen me. That's all I'm going to say about it.
So you do admit that you are a thief.
It's just a performer's fee, I'm sure.
See, he gets it as she just kind of motions towards Pierogi as if she hadn't noticed him this whole time. He, however, can see the hand motion is a acknowledgement in thieves' cant. The rest of you can't tell that.
I do a little three finger, like pointer finger to the thumb, kind of gesture, but I wave it around in a thieves' cant kind of way to acknowledge.
Yeah, for sure. She says, "That being said, I'm gonna go get more of this wine. Any of you know where he found it? You said it appeared out of nowhere?"
Clearly appeared out of thin air.
Well, I'll just keep looking then.
Seemed the bottle itself was pretty drunk before we got it.
Man, based on the taste, that's not too surprising.
I'm laying on the ground still, but now I'm looking through the imp, kind of just watching.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so you can see, like, because I guess your imp's completely sober, which has got to be a really interesting situation where you're actively a little tipsy, but then you go into a body that is, and yet your mind is, I don't know how that would work, but yes, you look. Go on.
So much more comfortable. It's so much more comfortable.
I imagine it's like playing a video game while you're impaired or something, you know?
Sure.
May I go
Playing a
ahead
drone
and
while drunk.
Yeah.
may I go ahead and roll for strength? That way I can pick Artie up and go tuck him into bed so they can sleep this off and have his hangover the next morning.
Artie, are you carrying anything exceptionally heavy on you?
I mean, I do have like most of my things, so like there's like a crowbar on me, and like my backpack's pretty full of just like survival things. Like I do have like my it's like a bag of like camping stuff and whatnot. So
Excuse me.
I didn't unpack any of my stuff.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, give me. We'll call it a DC 12. So, and you can add athletics if you're trained in that.
I've got -1 athletic.
Okay. So yeah, your strength is a -1. So all right. So you need to roll a 13 to carry him. Yeah. So you kind of like try to pick him up, and his bag is like weighing him back. So like you pick him up, and like sure you can lift him from the hips, but then he kind of like scorpions back.
If you do manage to get me somewhere where nobody's seeing, I'll have a job kind of try to help.
Well, and I'll step in and be like, well, this was our mighty benefactor for that delicious wine, so let me see if I can help, and I'll try to pick him up.
What's your strength
What did you
score?
say?
What's your strength score?
I've got +2.
You can just pick. The only reason I even made Madam Black roll is because she has a negative. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a stout dwarf.
Yeah. So you won't have any problems then. Yeah, you'll be able to just toss him over, potato sack him, or however you want to do it. Fireman carry.
Yeah, that's fine. And then I don't know where he's staying, so where should I tuck him away?
So you do all know. You can easily guess that all of you are staying on the bottom deck at the very least. You may not know specifically what room, but you can at least get your way down towards there. You also know that each ticket does have a key attached to it, but you don't know where he's keeping his ticket immediately, unless you had it like hanging on your neck by a chain or something.
No, I did have it in my like tucked into my shirt. There's a little pocket I made.
Sure.
So it might be kind of easy to see.
Well, when I fireman carry him, does it like fall out? And then we're like, well, that's helpful.
Sure, we can have that happen. That works for me. So yeah, you'll carry.
I want to.
Go on.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I want Job to try to help because I want him to like almost lead them to the door, but not really like become invisible or visible. I mean,
Sure.
Invisible.
Invisible.
New words.
Invisible.
All right, so I will say, going through
Talking is hard.
Sometimes, yeah, English is sometimes the worst thing ever. Going through the second deck, there's the middle deck, I should say. There's quite a bit of people getting there, but once you get down to the bottom deck, all there are is a couple sailors. It's mostly empty. No one really has started their way down here yet, so it's essentially you guys and a couple sailors running back and forth with supplies. So you are more or less secluded when you get down to the bottom deck. I don't know if that would be enough for Job to think to, or you controlling Job to think to do stuff, but that would be where you would be
Yeah.
at when you get there.
So I'd have him do stuff that because he's not trying to be invisible. Like he's not trying to be. He's just trying not to be scary to anybody. Really,
Sure,
he's
sure.
just being kind of casual.
Yeah.
Around. So he's like holding up my like jacket or doing certain little things that if you were to notice would be very strange.
Mhm.
But
Hi,
then he's
Corgi.
like knocking on my door, like pointing, "Hey, this is it." Like, but he's still invisible, so it's very strange.
So yeah, so you get down there and let me pull up my list. You are located. He is in this room right here. So towards the front, there's a single room up, or a single bedroom, or whatever I'm trying to say, single bed room up here. You're able to bring him there easily.
Single occupancy.
Yes.
Okay, so we go ahead and head that direction, key in hand, to open the door and get him in there.
Yes, Corgi, there is only one bed.
In the one bedroom, one bed space.
We're
I think
We're
he
gonna
was
be
going for
packed in
the
there, like-
whole two coworkers and there was one bed, but
we're
Oh.
gonna be packed in there like sardines.
it is a very small room. It is definitely designed for one person. You get in there, there is it's a nice bed. Don't get me wrong. It's like you would get at a very nice tavern. And then there's a side table, and that's about it. There's room. There might be a single chair if you're lucky. Let me look to see if his room has a single chair. Go on.
Leading him into the room, is there like a mint on his pillow or something?
Yes. It's probably
Okay.
not a literal mint, but there is a small candy. Yes.
I nab it.
Okay.
Dang.
Job sees it. Job sees that.
Well, I mean, so since
I don't even like like I'm not trying to hide it. We're leading him in. I nab it. I open it. I eat it.
No, there is no chair in this room. It's literally just a nice, but it's again a nice bed, a nice side table, but it's very bare bones.
and so I think all of us are like calling it a night, correct? Or are we just kind of stowing him away in bed since he is a little drunk?
That's up to you. I will say right here, like literally right next to where you are, is the a nice spread of food. There is very hearty tavern food, literally right next to where you guys are. Like this is the cheapest eating situation down here, but it's still, you can smell like very nice hearty stews. You can smell salted fish. You can smell things made of basic herbs and like potatoes and carrots. So some very hearty food is right next to you.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
that's definitely where I'm headed right after we drop Artie off.
I think if there are different magical attendants around here, maybe we can find a healer to help restore him, help sober him up a little bit.
I'll
And so
also
he
bring
doesn't-
some bread to back to his room because
Yeah.
seasoned
do-
drinker. I know that'll help.
Yeah, and
I'm
there's
gonna-
some very nice fresh bread too.
Before
I
everybody
do-
leaves, though. Sorry. Before everybody leaves the room, my imp's gonna jump on my body and turn visible and kind of wave nervously.
All right. So
Oh!
as you guys are turning to leave the room, suddenly the bed bounces, and then a tiny demon appears on Artie's body, waving to you, with probably, I assume, the toothy smile that is attempting to look friendly, but it's still filled with these razor sharp teeth.
I contemplate if I might have drank too much of that wine.
Blink, 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 blink.
He kind of jumps a little bit, like playfully, and then pats my head and then waves again.
May I ask, are the salted fish? Is it the corgi style salted fish, or is it just your typical
It's what you
Salted
would
fish.
get on like a seafaring vessel, where it's going to be one that was held, like preserved in salt, brought out, and then fried up, so the salt is like in it, essentially.
Ooh. And then I'll go ahead, if I may, roll for medicine, which is a +3 to kind of take some of the toxins of the alcohol out of Artie here.
I don't know if you. Well, you may have supplies for that. Sure, sure. I'll say go ahead. You can help hydrate him and maybe not completely remove it, but
Right.
mhm.
Druids have lesser restoration, right?
That's true.
I do have medicine and nature. One's a +3, one's a +1. So I mean, do nature for water as well, maybe?
No, you can go ahead and make a medicine check and see if you can understand how to help him in this situation.
Okay. So total.
All right. So you know the basics. You know that the biggest thing that's going to cause him issues right now is dehydration, because alcohol pulls all of the fluids from your body. He's going to need something to help absorb it. So like bread, like Kefir was already going out to grab. You also know that there are certain herbs that will help him metabolize it faster and get it through his system a little bit quicker. And you have stuff that can help with if he does have like some sort of headache or whatever afterward. You have stuff that you know can help with that as well.
Okay.
No, not that our characters would know this, but would Artie be able to metabolize it better because he has Fey, like ties?
It actually
I do have.
goes through him much quicker. Yes, it's like someone who's super skinny, how they get drunk really fast, but then they get sober really fast. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I do have 14 Constitution too, so I'm not like super frail.
Sure. Yeah. It'll pass. The only reason you're drunk even at that quickly is because you were drinking like alcohol designed for the gods. That's designed to be drank overnight.
Nice.
May
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 You just
I
pounded it.
Yeah, exactly.
Did?
Exactly.
Shots,
I was
shots,
trying to show
shots.
off.
may I roll for herbalism kit? I
Yeah.
have
Okay.
a +5 for that.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. So that's 14.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you quickly muster up this essentially a poultice that's designed to be, it's like a T-ball, I guess I should say, not a poultice, a T-ball, that it'll draw all of the toxins out of his system if you can get him to drink it. So it's going to help him finish off, and he'll be able to sober up pretty quickly, like in a couple of minutes, if you can get him to drink this.
Okay. Then may I roll for persuasion +2?
No, you don't use persuasion on other players. You just have to convince the player that you can to do that.
Okay.
So,
Hey, Artie, you should drink this. This is really good.
And since I'm looking through the imp, I'm like trying to listen and watch you, and then the imp kind of changes his demeanor and goes invisible again. And yeah, I just kind of okay, yeah, okay.
Okay. So I'll kind of I'll set him up a little and pour some of the drink into his mouth and hopes he swallows it.
sure. I mean, he's
Oh,
not
yeah.
dead. I mean, he'll be able to swallow it for sure.
I'm eager to feel better. That's for sure.
So yeah, and it's again, you can immediately kind of feel it kind of cools you back down a little as it's pulling the alcohol out, and you can again, after a few minutes, it'll sober you up.
I kind of tell everybody, I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. sometimes I get a little bit impulsive, and oh,
I think
Thank
we've
you,
all
thank
been there.
Oh yeah. Let
I
me.
just look at Madam Black and I'm just like, thank you so much.
I'll send you the bill.
He just kind of nods. He's like, yeah.
That's fair.
Uh,
All right, so if you guys are gonna go and get food, then you will see there's one individual sitting at one of the tables. He is eating a looks like just a whole side of cow. Like he is just devouring way more meat than should be reasonable to eat. Let me find his picture. Here he is. And he is a very large man. He is you would be able to immediately recognize him as a Goliath. The sort of person that you're surprised you didn't notice as you came in, but none of you seem to have noticed him on your way onto the ship. But he sits there devouring this meat, and he just kind of looks up as you guys come into the eatery, and then looks back down and continues eating.
well,
Is he
uh,
close to his size of a bear?
Yeah.
hey guys, that's a Goliath. You you all know that story of David and Goliath? I mean, what? Who said that?
Seems dangerous.
Pierogi will approach and kind of pull out a stool and climb up it and be like, "I would like one, please."
He just looks over. He's like, What?
Oh no. If food is being served, I guess I would like to flag one.
Oh yeah,
flag
for sure.
someone down to kind of point to what he's having and be like, one side of cow, please.
Yeah, and the sailor looks at you, looks at that. He's like, shrugs, like, all right, it's whatever. It's on the house, sort of thing. Walks back, and he comes back with a full side of cow. Like it's beautifully. It's still slightly sizzling. You can tell it's got a nice crust around it. You can immediately tell it would be tender and moist if you would to bite it.
Is it slathered with any kind of sauce, or is it just?
It's just heavily seasoned. Like you can see the black peppercorn on it. You can see the salt. You can see all sorts of herbs clinging to it on the outside.
Nice. I'm gonna try and cut off a rib and start little by little.
Yeah, it's delicious. It's the best. You can definitely tell it was made by someone who cooks for people besides just tavern goers.
And I would like to introduce myself to this gentleman sitting next to me and say, hello, hi, stranger. What's your name? I am Pierogi. I am a treasure hunter, dragon slayer, blah, blah, blah. I've done a million things. Who are you?
They call me Kenai.
Like, is that your Christian name, or?
That's all you get to know. He looks down at you. He's like, they call me Kenai. Just repeats it.
Is there a story behind it?
Oh, I mean, it's a professional working title. I'm a bounty hunter.
Oh, what have we? Who've you brought in? Anybody who's been in the papers?
Oh, yeah. And he sets down his thing, and he you kind of get the feeling like he's surprised that anyone's interested in his job. He says, Eldon Kettle Whistle, that halfling folk who was I mean, not like you, of course. That the halfling folk though who had been spying on Silgri, the guy from Nuck, the one I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah, I heard about. Oh man, that must have been a hefty sum.
Oh, I mean, I'm here.
Those halfling spies, they sure are slippy.
Oh, and he's not nice. I'm just gonna say that he's the sort of person who stabs first and asks questions later, and that's kind of what my job was. So it was a clash of forces. Just his force was, and he kind of like tries to motion to say he's really small, but he gets a little bit too much. Like he holds his hands up like he's gesturing about the size of a cat. Small guy.
Yeah, I mean that must have been quite a job. What are you doing aboard the ship? How'd you get your ticket?
Well, I caught Eldon Kettle Whistle.
Okay, cool.
I'm here really just to relax and, not be bothered by the daily grind. Plus, I've never been out to that part of the world, so I figured I'd go check out that ocean. I've always been on this side of the world,
Yeah, I do like to travel. If you want to catch a drink later, let me know. I'll be in this room, and I'll give my room number.
Sure. And he kind of looks at it, he's like, you drink? Like, impressed almost, the face he looks. He's like, I'll take you up on that. I'll even bring the good stuff.
Hey, sounds like a party.
I'll lean over to. I think that was Pierogi talking. I'll lean over to Pierogi and whisper, "Just don't give any to Artie."
It's a good idea. No, I'm face first into what I was hoping is like mashed potatoes or like a potato pie.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Perfectly seasoned, just a little bit of butter, garlic and rosemary, and just, beautifully seasoned, the sort that you don't even consider getting gravy with. Like, it's just a perfect potato.
Well, I think after stuffing some beef in my pockets for the road, I would like to hit the casino.
All right, so the casino is on the second floor, or the middle deck, because there's only 3 decks on this thing. Pull the recreation. Here it is. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you guys. I'll just cover my own face. I'm not important in this scenario. All right, so
Before I head up, I would like to invite any of my new friends who would like to play around, if they'd like to come see the casino or the game room or
Sounds
whatever
like
it is.
Great time to me.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm just following you guys because you guys feel a lot more safe than being by myself.
and they didn't.
Plus, you give good advice.
Now you want fries? That's right. And they didn't want to immediately kill your imp, so something went right.
Right? That was nice. Yeah.
So what's the little guy's name?
His name is Job. He came with, well, I got to tell you that.
Did he come in a litter? Was he like the runt?
No. He actually was like born out of a tree. Like it was. I don't know if it was a vision or not, but like I kind of started talking to trees. And these trees like kind of told me to do certain things, and it just all kind of worked out for a long time. It ended up being my queen, Queen Winter, and she's just great. She's very nice. But Job here was my present. He's my little boy.
Oh,
He's a good guy.
Madam Black?
Yeah.
I think he's still completely sauced.
I am definitely waving back and forth like I don't have.
He's talking about like trees giving birth to imps and
Loghead child.
Yes, Job. He's a good boy.
I'll kind of look at Pierogi wide-eyed, like soft, as opposed to.
Oh, no. He's sauced. He's shicker. He's
questioning whether the poultice or people worked.
Like, did you give him more drink?
Or did
I-
somebody let him near the alcohol at the food by the food?
I am looking at a cup, but you guys don't know if I've drank from it or not. I haven't, but
Oh no.
Doing that thing where you kind of look down with regret, but mostly just because you're awkward and not because you're actually regretting the alcohol at the moment.
most
May
definitely.
May I roll for investigation to investigate if the cup he has alcohol in it?
Well, you can tell at a glance. I mean, I don't think he's like keeping you from looking at his cup, so you don't even really need. You just kind of like lean in and you can sniff if it has alcohol in it or not.
Okay.
I
You
just
do have
smell
a
it.
good sniffing sense.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah. Artie, why are you drinking more alcohol?
Well, I haven't drank this yet. I thought one of you left it for me though. So can I have it? I would like. I'm so thirsty.
Here, have this herb drink instead. It's better for you.
Oh yes, okay, better is good. Here.
And then I'll give it to Ephira to down.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Um,
Who's ready to play some games?
Absolutely.
I'm down. I brought the money for you two who don't really know me, Artie and Confera. I am actually of the Black family. You know, Sirius Black. Um, I'm his niece, but keep down the down low because next you know people are gonna be asking for favors and
I mean, how else
Wow.
did you get the ticket? Of course.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
amazing. Are you a folk hero too then? Can you give me pointers? I need some.
um, I'm trying to think.
Because I'm super new to this.
I'm trying to think of what folk hero is.
It's the background.
Oh
Is what it would
yeah,
be.
just so like sorry.
I think Madame Black is of the noble persuasion.
Correct.
Yeah.
Of a notoriety, a house with notoriety, and she's seen some experience. We've been on a job or two together. You could learn quite a few things from her, I think.
I'll kind of
Okay.
I'll elbow Pierogi as to not say any more about the kind of missions that we were on, as to not scare these two off.
I'm keeping it subtle.
But maybe if we really get to know you two, I'll show you a trick or two in the room tonight.
Well, that'd be fantastic.
Well, that was a sentence.
Right? That was quite a sentence.
Keeping it PG-13, okay?
All right.
So when we get up to the game room, my first interest is looking for a card table. Poker or some kind of card game.
Yeah. So there are cards in the corner. It appears that they are playing Three Dragon Ante.
Okay.
I will also say there are other people here as well, because this is the middle deck and people have been in here. We have a half elf. We have, which you guys have not interacted with. We have a orc, which is the one that you recognize as the noble from Nuck.
Yeah.
Mokatsu again. So she's you're sure she's up to no good. And then
Absolutely.
Olivia, which is the guild merchant that you recognize.
Are they actively in a game, or are they getting ready for a game?
They are not all at the same game.
Okay.
Olivia appears to be playing games of dice. The half elf is at the three dragon aunties table. The orc is playing roulette. And Mocha is playing music on a lute. She is not actively playing any of the games.
Could I like with Thieves Can't kind of signal to Mocat that like a short word?
Yeah, she'll definitely, she recognizes what you're saying, so she's willing to finish up her tune. So she ends her vamping on the lute and takes a small bow and follows you to a secluded area, or maybe just outside the door.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And I would like to just quickly whisper, like, "Hey, do you are you looking for a little bit of opportunity? Do you want to maybe help me impress my friends and get a little coin?"
She says, I mean, I'm already doing fine, but if you need help, sure.
I would absolutely love it. Why don't we go 50-50? And how are you at Three Dragon Ante?
And she just lifts a pouch, and she just has a deck of Three Dragon Ante on her.
I pull out my own deck as well.
I know a
And
thing or two.
why don't you say we monopolize the table and split the winnings?
Sure, I'm down for that, and I even agree to the 50-50.
All right. And I'll head back in, waiting for the next game.
Yeah, and it's there's some other random patrons, and you can see most of them are leaving the table pretty quickly. They are losing their entire horde. I don't know if you've ever actually played Three Dragon Ante, but there is an actual game to it. You start off with so much of your
It's been a while.
You start off with so much coin that's your horde, and then if you run out, you have to leave the table. You can see, however, that the half elf that's sitting there seems to have a horde large enough that he probably won't be leaving the rest of the night.
Ooh, that sounds like the dragon spot I want.
And as you approach, he says, "Buy-ins 10 gold."
I will put 10 gold down.
And Mokat will as well. She'll put down 10 gold. I assume that you're planning on cheating, yeah?
Yeah, I'm intending to use my sleight of hand and my proficiency in playing cards.
Perfect. So I want you to go ahead and do the proficiency first, and I will roll Mokat's as well.
Because I'm being helped, could I get advantage?
I'm going to let you choose if you want the advantage on the game or on the sleight of hand. Which way do you want her to help you?
Ooh, my sleight of hand has expertise, so I will take that.
Okay.
It'll be a 19.
So you both are doing really well, and he is not winning this, so you don't even need to do any.
Ooh.
However, the official rules of Three Dragon Ante do allow you to, if you can do it without being caught, steal from another person's horde.
Absolutely.
So she will distract him as you do so.
Cool.
So you
then I will take advantage on that next check.
Yep. So go ahead and do that.
Alrighty. 11 sleight of hand is plus 7. 18.
18? Okay. So the two of you playing with him, it's going very quickly against him. He doesn't even seem to notice that you keep stealing coins from him either. And after probably 5 flights. He's at the point where one more hand and he's out, and he just kind of looks at you and he says, "You want this coin that bad, huh?"
I mean, I want to play the game.
All right, and he pulls out another stack of coins, and it's a full 100 gold coins that he sets on the table. He's like, "I'm down for 10 more games."
Wow, you're really in it for the long haul, huh?
He says, "Well, I mean, I came here to play. Everything else is free. I might as well use my money for something, right?"
I would like to put my finger in front of my nose and kind of do like a wiggling gesture that asks if Mocat gets a read on this guy if she thinks he has the upper hand.
And she kind of, as she goes to turn, the man says, "Oh, no need for any of that."
All right.
He says, "I'm not one of your type, but over my years of work, I've learned how you guys communicate. Don't bother with any of that. I've let you steal from my hoard this whole time. Let's just have an actual fair game. All 100 coins in one flight, if you want."
All right. Sounds good.
And so, yeah. She is in with you, though, so you will get advantage on this.
Sweet.
But go ahead and... oh, yeah.
It's a nat 20?
Yeah, you clean him out. I don't even have to roll anymore. Her roll doesn't matter now. So yeah, you get his entire hoard. All 110 coins is what he has stacked in front of him. So you have cleaned out. He says, "All right, you want to play any other games?" And he kind of gives you a very almost intimidating look, like he's already figured you out sort of look on his face.
Oh gosh, I'm so tired. I'm gonna go retire to my room. Blah 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 number, and just spill Artie's number. And I'm going to make my egress from the table, splitting off 55 coins for each me and Mocat.
Perfect. How do the rest? Because that was a very quick little thing that occurred there. Because this guy is playing very loose with his money. Are you the rest of you playing games? Are you just watching this whole spectacle unfold?
I saw that Pierogi was talking to Mocat, so I wanted to like be around Mocat. So I've been watching them play, and just also kind of like I want to help out. And I had like a minor illusion like ready, but it didn't seem like they needed my help.
Yeah, no, they scored that no problem. Kafira, were you doing anything specific?
I was definitely like kind of keeping an eye on what they were doing, but my intrigue was drawn to the dice table.
Sure. All right, and at the dice table, who did I have there? Oh, Olivia is at the dice table.
Yes, Olivia's at the dice table.
All right, so they're playing a game of liar's dice, and you see that the halfling there seems to just have everyone's number. Like at a glance, she seems to always know what the thing is correct. She also doesn't seem like she's cheating. She just seems to be that good at reading people, or she's just that good at lying. One or the other. You're not 100% sure which, but you can. She's full confidence. She looks at her thing and she never looks at her dice again. Maintains focus, staring straight at the other players at the table, and she is winning about as quickly as Pierogi just did.
Could I do a perception or an insight check to see if I suspect anything?
Absolutely.
Okay. Which one?
Go ahead and make an insight. Well, if you're suspecting she is cheating, make a insight.
Okay, yeah.
And
Okay,
I'll
9.
I'll
So
just be kind of watching
perfect. Okay.
Kifaras as I'm playing slots.
Okay. Yeah. So as far as you can tell, nothing is amiss. Like she just really seems to understand how people work as far as you can tell. Like she makes small comments throughout, and then after someone replies, you see her kind of nod and then immediately take the right bet every single time. But
Okay.
as far as you can tell, it looks like she's just skilled at it.
Okay. All right. And I want to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have proficiency with dice, perchance?
I don't think so.
Okay, then it's just going to be a raw d20. If you had the game dice proficiency, you would get to add your proficiency to it. Otherwise, it's just a raw d20.
Okay.
Ooh. So you are actually going to move in, and you're going to start taking a couple games. It's like your demeanor seems to throw her off. You seem a little bit too stoic for her to immediately read, whether it's because of the fact that you've been drinking or your worldly ways and experience. You're able to mask a little bit of what you're doing, and when she starts to say things that would normally get someone to give something away, it's almost like either you have the experience to not react or you intentionally overreact. And every time it seems to just barely push it out. And as it gets to a certain point of you winning, she says, well, that's good enough for me, and takes the rest of her winnings and starts to leave the table. You are going to be walking out of this situation with 50 more gold, which is quite a bit.
Yeah, that seems like enough fun for me for day 1. I'm excited about how the rest of this trip's gonna go.
Perfect. And then if everyone's retiring, which this is the perfect moment, because this is where this was supposed to be timed out for day 1. This is the 2-hour mark. If everyone will want to retire to the rooms, we will take a quick 15-minute break for you guys to go use the restroom, get a drink, anything like that. And then we'll come back and we'll start up on day 2, unless anyone has something to add before we do that.
I want my job to be perched somewhere high while I go into my trance and stuff.
Sure.
For the night.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Okay. I will say, you feel all of your rooms do feel very. They may be simple and whatnot, but they do feel very safe. Like the door, the locks on them do feel well made. You don't feel like you're unsafe sleeping there. So, alrighty. Well then, we will take. Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna wait to hang out with Kenai for the night before I go to bed.
Yeah, and I will say he brings some very nice heavy whiskey that has been aged probably as long as your character's been alive. And it's the sort of stuff that's smooth when you drink it. And the whole night he just talks about people he's chased. Like he finally has someone to talk to. So
Awesome. Sounds good.
all right. Then let's hit the short rest. I'll get my music restarted. Uh-oh. Well, maybe I'll get my music restarted. Come on. Alrighty. About 15 minutes, we'll be back. And we'll get back into it.
This has been a nice, leisurely vacation of a cruise so far. I hope nothing bad happens.
Wait. It's
Hey, welcome
Sand
back.
Yeepers. Boy, I felt Sand, are you there as well?
Hey,
Uh, but yeah, it was just one of those. The other night, I felt really bad for Loot, just because it came down to they were uh delivering Taco Bell to them, and they completely forgot Loot's and her kids' food.
oh,
Like,
dang.
I'm like, how could you? How dare Taco Bell?
Taco Bell. How are we supposed to eat great even late?
Exactly. Like, how can we eat late if we forget our food? Ugh. But oh, be right back in a phone call.
Their chicken enchilada burrito is tasty, Corgi. I'm a fan of their Lux box. It's got a nice variety, and like one of the tacos in it is like made with like a like I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a hardened bread shell. It's oh man, I need to look up like what what that taco shell is. Um, is it the chicken chalupa supreme?
Chicken chalupa. What?
Supreme. Chicken chalupa supreme. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, if we go to Taco Bell, I get like a little $7 box that comes with that, and it's pretty good.
Gotcha. When I go to Taco Bell, I get the chicken bowls, the power bowls or whatever.
This stream sponsored by Taco Bell?
I wish. I'd take Taco Bell money.
Come on, Taco Bell.
Shoot, I know one of my friends is sponsored by Taco Bell. And like,
Really? That's cool.
yeah. And like,
The
I want to
only
be
person I know who's sponsored by anything is someone sponsored by Ball's energy drink.
Oh, yeah.
all the balls.
And like at one point he had something like 500 bottles of balls just sitting in his room because I kept sending it to him because they're his sponsor.
500 bottles of balls on the wall. 500 bottles of balls.
Corgi says they remember Ball's energy drink.
Yep.
That used to be our go-to when we when we vended at cons.
Sure.
Where was my invite?
I mean, I don't know if you were born yet,
Hey,
or you're probably a little kid when we were going to cons.
probably. I'm trying to think. How much younger am I than you and Corgi?
It's only like
Actually,
5 or 6 years, right?
yeah, maybe, yeah. Well, then you still would have maybe been a kid
True.
because we went, we started going in high school.
Oh, true. Yeah, I was probably still in elementary school.
I think so,
Ugh.
or middle school. First con was in 2000, but just as an attendee. But we had a table in like 2003 or 2004, right? I don't remember. It's been a long time. This is a pretty leisurely cruise so far. I hope nothing bad happens.
I don't know. I'll tell you. I'm enjoying this cruise. I don't want to have to bust any kneecaps or have them zapped and eaten by a dragon.
It looks like we're surrounded by capable warriors. So you know if or adventurers or whatnot. So if there is some kind of big threat, it seems like there's a lot of firepower to contend with, a lot of muscle
True.
and cunning.
Very true.
And then the other shoe drops, right?
Oh no. What do you mean the other shoe drops? Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right.
Not a damage dealer. I guess I probably shouldn't sing, because even if you're listening, there's going to be a delay, and that's going to make it really confusing. What do you wanna do? This song's perfect.
So there's a ball, there's music, there's meals, and there's personal size airships that we could just jet around on during the cruise.
Yep.
Okay. Which begs the question, where do we want to be when the other shoe drops?
Loot just said that they're getting
Feeding the
food.
kiddos?
Yeah, so it's gonna take a minute.
Okay.
This stream's sponsored by Taco Bell. Not really.
Hey, Chihuahua, Taco,
Maybe.
Taco, Taco Bell.
Oh, I didn't do it. The countdown or the count up timer I have on the break or the short rest screen is supposed to switch over and say, "Oh,
yeah."
It's supposed to switch from once it hits 15. It's supposed to go, okay, maybe it's a long rest,
Oh, huh.
but I didn't do it. Make sure the settings right. Yeah, it's in there. It was supposed to do it.
Hmm.
Oh well. Well then, I'm gonna step back out of the room for just a moment longer, and I'll be right back again.
No.
Don't leave us here.
Keep the
I'm
chat
scared of
entertained.
dark.
So Madam Black, how have you been for the past little while? Haven't seen you since the carnival or the festival.
I've been good. I went. I was in the mines, fighting these creatures for this crazy mine owner, and
What kind of creatures did you fight?
Clybolts.
Co-
But
Yeah, yeah.
it turned out that they were there only because they had nowhere else to go. And so the guy that we were hired to help was actually a sleaze, and we may or may not have had him zapped and eaten by a dragon.
Whoa! You were face to face with the real dragon?
Yeah, she was
You survived?
she was actually pretty nice. She was not like your typical dragon. You just had to know how to talk to a pregnant dragon.
Wait! You survived a pregnant dragon?
Yeah.
You've got to be shitting my nuts.
Well, maybe not nuts,
In
but
insight check. No way.
maybe not nuts, but maybe pistaches. But yeah, it was absolutely insane. Like
All right,
we
I'm back
were
again.
all we were all terrified of that dragon, and she was
You
as nice as she could be
you
to us.
you 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 came face to face with a nesting mother dragon,
Yeah,
and you survived.
yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unfortunately, it's true. We even have a dungeon master who can atone to
You know,
us dealing with a pregnant dragon.
dragons don't usually hang out in mines, so I'm not really inclined to. That sounds like a tall tale.
It is very true.
No way.
Yep.
Oh well,
And
I hope he got paid well, because that's quite a feat.
we basically took all the money from the guy because, well, I mean, he wasn't gonna need any more. He was killed off.
So did you guys kill him off? Like, you killed off the guy who gave you the job?
Uh, let's just say we had a little help from a pregnant dragon to kill him off.
That's brutal.
It's one of those he didn't want to reason with us, and so
Eat the rich. Do I see
he
a
bit the
loot back
bullet.
in the chat?
Yes, Loot is also horking her delicious birthday dinner.
Yeah, no rush.
I'm
No
trying
rush.
to do it
I'm just trying.
quietly.
I'm just trying to keep
because,
track of what's going on. That's all.
Oh yeah, I'm back too.
Loot makes inappropriate noises when she has delicious food, so she's trying to be careful.
If you wouldn't mind getting just like a little closer to the mic so we can feel like we were there.
He asks me
I
for
know-
that every time I eat on stream. By the way.
I
Mhm.
know exactly what Nick would say to that.
My mod gives me a whole bunch of grief because Sand will bring me delicious food, and all of a sudden I'll get real excited about it, and then I'll realize that maybe I need to be less vocal about my excitement.
Is it crunchy and crispy? The world needs to know.
Oh, those. It's not food sounds that are the problem.
Okay.
Is it kind of
We-
like how
we
the,
want-
the light shines straight down on top of you?
We need the ASMR sound on stream.
That's right.
Chat
Welcome to the
desires to
Marathon
hear
stream.
it.
Phil gets that from me sometimes whenever he gets a drink while I'm on PNG Tuber. I'm like, all right, hi
Here
Save,
we
thank
go.
you for the lurk. Because I want to make sure he knows I'm actually drinking. Not that I think you doubt me, but
Oh sure. You know, I've seen the size of the bottles you carry.
Let's test that out real quick.
That's high quality H2O.
cheers.
Cheers.
I have soda, not water. That kind of bubbled up when I did that.
Same. I was literally purposely trying to slurp mine, and it went down the wrong tube.
Okay,
I blame Phil.
that's probably fair.
Oh, it probably, yeah. Before we continue, Sleeps, is this a Majora's Mask thing? You have to tell me if this is a Majora's Mask thing.
No.
Are we counting the days of the cruise because we have to stop the moon from like destroying the ship?
No, but I am going to let you know you may have been right on your predictions, but I'm not going to tell you which one.
Mm.
Oh. 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 Okay. All right. Keep your secrets.
I mean, it's not going to be a secret much longer once everyone's ready to go.
Secret? I love secrets.
I'm kind of doing the walk of shame back to my room, like half in a towel, walking away from the Goliath's room, back to my own in the morning.
Oh, that means you'll get to see everything first.
Oh,
Um, Are we going to see the Chamber of Secrets?
As soon as I hear anybody up, I'm gonna be up.
Hey, Artie, how are you feeling? Any hangover?
No, you guys aren't even out
Oh,
out of your rooms yet. I'm just gonna let you know. And
Oh.
besides Phil, because he's making his horrible walk back as things are happening, or pro gaming.
Okay.
Just tiptoeing back. Nobody hears me. Nobody sees me. Hopefully.
But
Nobody judging me.
like I said, no rush on eating. Finish up your stuff at your pace.
Oh, I'm ready whenever.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right, Pierogi. As you're walking back from your new buddy's room, as I don't have him listed as Kenai on my thing. I forgot what it was because his real name is written down on my sheet over here. Even though Kenai is literally the only name he was going to give you.
It's Greg.
It's not. I'll tell you that. He probably told you while you guys were drinking. His name's Nala. I'm not even going to try to say his last name. Just know his first name's Nala.
Okay.
It's a Goliath last name, so it's like Gatha Kanathi. Gatha Kanathi. There we go. they have weird last names, so his first name was Nala. All right.
Like from the Lion King?
No. With 2 L's.
Oh.
Circle.
All right. So as you're walking back from Kenai's room, you are stopped by a man in full plate armor.
Hi.
And
Just going back to my room.
And he goes, "I don't think you are. You're coming with me."
Nope, disengage. I'm outie.
And as you turn, there are several more men in armor filling into the hallway.
Oh shit.
Amongst them, excuse me. Amongst them, you will see a familiar face as a half elf stands amongst them. The one that you had been gambling with the night before.
Oh, you said she was human. Oh, I see. This guy.
The one that you stole the money from, essentially.
Ah, got it.
And he very, very clearly says, "All right, go round them up, and you," and he points at you. We have
Nope.
we have witnesses that have you discussing visiting Hasaid. You need to come with us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
And where's that girl that was with you? She's coming too.
I say 311. I have no idea where that room is, but that's what I squeak out.
I'll, if it's okay, pop out of my room hearing the commotion and say, "What the heck is going on out here?"
So you will see 20 men in total in various levels of armor and weaponry. One of them is right at your door when you open it, and you can see they're about to knock on your door. For the rest of you, your doors are being banged on very loudly. Kind of like, a SWAT type of bam, 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 bam.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, exactly.
Did Job see any of this before? Like, did I get any kind of hint?
Yeah,
before?
you'd be up and you would see them approaching, but they didn't what Job saw was them accosting Pierogi, and then one of them walked over to your door in the process.
Okay. I would be trying my best to find a place to hide as if I'm not in there. So, is there anything that I could hide behind or...
Your room
Do that
has a bed that is connected to the ground. and a side table that is also connected to the ground or to the floor. Beyond that, it's whatever you brought with you.
Not a lot. Is there? Let's see. If I did minor illusion, would that be good enough to put maybe a? Is there space like underneath the bed?
Yeah.
Could I do minor
The legs
illusion
are
to make it
bolted
look like
down.
there is no space?
You could.
If
Yeah.
I can fit underneath there.
Yeah, you're skinny enough. You'd be able
And-
to.
Okay, yeah, I would like to go underneath there and then minor illusion kind of a way for it to look like there is no room for anybody to go underneath there. Like a wooden barrier around it.
Sure. So they are banging on your door, and after a few moments, you'll hear someone messing with keys. You can tell that they're. I guess Job will see it too. They pull out a key, what looks just to be a master key, and open the door. And three men will walk inside, and you can see them because they're, you're looking from underneath. Because you're, well, is your illusion gonna block your own vision? I'm not sure.
I'd probably imagine it would. I don't think I'm skilled enough to necessarily make it not if it could.
Okay. So yeah, you're gonna hear them. Three men walk in, and they kind
Wouldn't
of.
he be watching from Job though?
Yes, that he saw all that from Job, and then they're stepping in. But is Job in the room with you, because he was outside watching, right?
Oh yeah, he's safely outside looking for him
Right.
as whatever angle he can get.
Right. That's what I had understood, so that's the reason I was. But,
Sorry.
and they start to rifle through stuff. Like they lift up the mattress, and it's got a solid bottom, so they don't see you or anything. And they step back out into the hallway, and they're like, "Well, we'll have to keep an eye out for that one." And they slam the door shut. But yeah, so Madam Black, when you open the door, there's one with his hand is poised, ready to knock on your door.
What do you think you're doing?
You're
We
coming.
did nothing.
You're
I
coming
did
with
nothing.
us.
I did nothing.
Well, then you won't have anything to worry about, will you? There were witnesses
say-
who said they saw you, or they heard you talking about meeting up with Hasaid.
I never said a such thing.
Well,
Whoever told you that is a filthy liar.
well, then you'll be able to prove yourself. We're going to bring you to a circle of truth. That'll be the first step.
Well, also, you may want to check out this one lady. She came up to us and she took our bottle of alcohol and drank out of it without asking. And she took a coin out of our buddy Artie's pocket without asking, and claimed that if I hadn't noticed it, she wasn't going to give it back.
I mean, we're not here about some petty theft. We're here about a murder.
A murder?
So you're coming with us.
Okay. I mean, I don't know anything about murder, but I'll actually gladly help you all investigate. I'm very good at nipping things out. Can I actually talk to you in my room for one quick second?
No, you're coming with us.
It's imperative that I talk to you privately about this.
We're not putting any men in danger. You're coming with us to the helm.
Okay, at least let me whisper this to you.
And yeah, he'll roll his eyes like, fine.
I'm a druid, and I can transform into a wolf with amazing smell.
All right, that's nice. You're still coming with us.
That's fine. I'm just letting you know so that if you all want help, my friends and I are more than happy to oblige in helping you.
And then at the same time, Kafira, you've got someone banging on your door, like you said, like the FBI, open up, sort of banging on your door.
I just kind of lazily open. This is supposed to be my vacation. Like, I'm looking at them like, that's a lively way to start the morning. Can I help you?
You're coming with us. You have been what's the word I'm looking for? Cavorting with individuals accused of a serious crime, and we need to clear your name or arrest you.
Oh, okay, I'm not arguing. Will there be food? Will there just be food?
We'll provide some food. What, like
you
you hear the captain's voice from outside in the hallway said, "We'll get you some food."
That's fine. Where are we going?
You're coming to the helm. So how's Pierogi doing now that he's surrounded? What's his plan?
Obviously, motion to move, action to disengage, bonus action to hide. He's getting the fuck out of there. He doesn't know what's going on. Nothing's been explained. He's surrounded by a whole bunch of armored dudes. You said this place was very architectural, lots of nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
He's getting the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
He's like, oh my god, have we been boarded? Is everyone getting taken hostage? Man, someone's gonna need to bust everyone out. He's ready for action. He is going to unless he is informed otherwise, he's gonna get the fuck out of there.
Right. And I mean, they did say specifically that you were, but that's all they've said is that you were heard talking about meeting with Hasid. So that's the only information you have.
Like, all I was told is you ain't going nowhere. What this has to do with Hasid, he has no idea.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah, he's going to try and like, he's got like that halfling feature that lets him like run between everyone's little leggies. So he's going to try and get out of dodge and find a corner to hole up in.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Sure. Ooh, stealth is not good. I mean, his stealth is good, but it's only 11.
Okay, well the roll is high enough to see you.
Yeah.
But you're able to slip through them all. But as you feel secure,
But I can't keep hiding.
Huh?
But I can't hide.
Right. Yeah, so you slip into a position where you think you're pretty well hidden, and the half elf, he just kind of like peeks under where you're looking. He's like, "That ain't good enough, boy."
Are you telling me this bar stool didn't hide me? Please don't take me. I'm too young.
He says, "Well, you don't look that young, but anyways,
don't make me walk the plank."
No. What? No. Hold on. What?
Help!
Did you? And at this point, he's
I didn't have to do this, and I pull out my little leaf mask and I get ready to rumble.
I say he's gonna reach out to grab you. By the way, in this scenario,
No! I would like to, out of in the meta of the game, meet up with the other characters, but he's going to be dragged kicking and screaming.
Yeah, for sure. And this guy is, I believe, surprisingly strong too. Yes, he has surprisingly iron grip when it comes to when he snatches you up. Of course, you
don't want to mess with the king of the ring.
Hold on. I have to ask, where did the mask come from? I thought you were in just a towel.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Pretends to put mask on and forgetting he doesn't actually have it.
Yeah, that's right. I don't have my stuff with me.
Part of me wanted you to just say you had it like wrapped around your leg underneath your towel. You pull it out and you just put it on anyway. So you're just a guy in a mask and a towel.
Well, I earned the mask by being shirtless. So
I have so many questions.
You were there, Madam Black.
Too.
Yeah, you
Comment why you're naked.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's not going to be explained. Absolutely not.
We figure out why her, whether or not Nala is similar to the Lion King.
um,
Go on.
so I'll actually go ahead and transform into a bear. As to
Hello, deck, just like bear time.
as
It's bear time.
to go, because I'm assuming they've never seen a druid transform as into basically kind of intimidate them. If I may go ahead and roll for intimidation.
Sure,
I
I'll
thought you were
allow
going to try to help him.
it. That's what I thought too, but
Yeah, but they're messing with pierogi. Nobody messes with my pierogi.
Okay,
so
that's fair.
you're like going along with them, and then you just see them snatch up Pierogi and drag him, and you're like, not today.
Not today.
Not today, bitches. Nobody messes with my pierogi.
All right. Oh yeah, you intimidate them. So you just stand up and roar, and the guy drops Pierogi and pulls out a a sword from his hip, and points it at you. Not like he's brave, but like you can tell he's experienced with bears. Like the way he holds it as a druid, you know, he's actually aiming to harm a bear and not a person.
I will go ahead and attack and try to throw him into the others as to hurt them.
Okay.
Right, and
Go on.
I was going to ask if, like, before a full-on attack happens, could I be like, can we, all right, let's take a step back, everybody.
Yeah, you can absolutely say that without any problems. Now, you know, you gotta convince the bear.
Can we hear what this is about before things get any further along? Because I still don't know. I just know that they need me somewhere.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Pierogi's screaming, and there's a bear.
Yeah, there's a bear. There's a mostly naked Pierogi.
These guys
about
close.
walking the plank.
Also, Artie
irritated.
is not in the hallway, but his door is open.
Right. So, can you guys just give us an idea of what's going on, what we're being accused of, so that we can have a better understanding?
And as you ask this, the captain will show himself now, because you could hear his voice earlier, but he hadn't been visible, and he says, we're checking all able-bodied adventurers for a murder. The counselor Hasaid has been killed in his quarters, and we know most of the people on the ship wouldn't be capable of killing him, but you lot are quite capable. So if you want to come with me and clear your name, now would be the time to stop and follow.
So you're more looking for our cooperation and being cautious. I think everybody just needs to take a moment to calm things down. Madam Black,
I'll go ahead.
let's go see what we can do.
I'll go ahead and kind of look over at her since I can't speak as a bear.
Right.
And just kind of give her a look and tilt my head down towards her.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna drop my illusion and misty step into the hallway where I can see it, and then have my imp uninvisible become visible and fly onto my shoulder and just be like, yeah, okay, we're fine. Let's go.
I'm all right. I'm okay with the situation, but I want to let you know the moment you do this, there are several men with swords pointing at you when you pulled a spectacle.
I immediately go to my knees. I'm like, oh god.
Poof! Out of nowhere, wings of a bat on top of your head.
Oh, don't stab me. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. once we do get down there with them, if I may roll for persuasion to persuade them that I at least had nothing to do with this.
As a bear?
I say, are you changing back?
Yeah, I'll go and change back.
Okay, so you are taken to the top deck, by the way, to the helm, which is a small-ish room. You guys are not the only ones there either.
I'm screaming the whole way.
You'll never take me alive! Ah! All right, in this room, you will see, I believe... Nope, there's actually one in here you haven't met yet, so I will pull up them one by one. Because you guys didn't go to the pool. So let me get that out of the way.
Oh, I wanted to go to the pool. Is it too late? Shit.
So already
Well,
sitting in
given
the
the-
room. Oh, go on.
Given the fact that we're being held captive because somebody killed someone, I'd say now's not the time to go swimming.
Wait, somebody killed. Oh, is that what? That's what's going on, huh? I look over at Mr. Black suspiciously.
Yeah, apparently someone killed Hussein.
Kind of like a mine owner you were mentioning. Never mind.
All right, so as you are filed into the room, already in this room, taking up a whole corner by himself is Keen Eye. And he looks a bit disheveled. His loose-fitting night clothes don't look like he really had time to put clothes on. They're just kind of hanging haphazardly on him, and you can still see the sleep in his eyes. The the guild master or merchant Olivia sits with a very annoyed look on her face. She's already all dressed up prim and proper. She looks like she's been awake for hours, which is kind of crazy considering the last time you saw her was less than a sleep away. Oh, not him. He's already in there. You see Mokat sitting there. She is cuffed. They have her in manacles, and she has like her belt has been tossed to the side. She is there, very much held against her will. She did not come willingly. All right, and this one you don't know. So this is sitting semi uncomfortably in the corner, wearing nothing but a blue sleep night robe, is a hill dwarf. Most of you who are from this area, to some level, will recognize her as Nora Doralm, a local hero who has been known to lead protests against the tyrannical courtesans, and she is known as a champion of the people. So there's one of them that you guys don't know. You see the orcish noble from Nuck sitting in the corner. He has that air about him of if anyone touches me, I'm going to murder them. Not literally, like he looks like he is. If he had his weapons on him, someone would already be dead.
Did we learn his name yet?
You have not.
Okay.
There's another halfling in here that you do not recognize, but you will see that Keen Eye constantly gives him dirty looks. The widow Lorene stands in her full widow's garb, almost like a ghost in how still she stands in the corner, but just because she seems to be the sort that doesn't want to expend too much energy. And that's it. It's those. Oh, and behind you comes in the captain and the half elf, and the original the armored man who had accosted you in the hallway, Pierogi. So these are who you see in the room around you. And they all seem to be actively not talking to each other. Like the air in the room is very tense, as it seems like no one wants to commit to saying a word.
May I?
Pierogi would like to lean over to Artie and whisper, Are we supposed to like vote somebody off the ship? Is this like every round we vote a new person off and like last person survives, like, or is the winner? Like, I don't.
Well, I hope not, because I don't know if I'm gonna be likable or not. Honestly, I mean, I'm probably going first, so this is. Oh no,
Suddenly,
I
Okay,
thought it was just about.
What? Okay,
I
why
look
don't we form a team? Why don't we kind of form a team and like all vote for the same person?
I look
Yeah.
around trying to figure out where the food is.
Yeah. So after you all kind of get positioned in, there is a small bottle gnome will walk in with a tray, and it has a nice little breakfast specifically for you. It's not like it was brought for everyone; it was brought specifically for you.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
I point to the gnome. That's who I nominate.
The gnome just turns at you very slowly with a. It doesn't really have a confused look on its face, because I don't know if you're familiar with what a bottle gnome is, but it's like a little construct that has alcohol inside its body.
Oh,
So it's like a little,
yeah.
huh?
You said auto gnome?
Bottle gnome. They're based
Oh.
on auto gnomes, but they're bottle
Okay.
gnomes. Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
So if I may, for the one guy that you said that we don't know, I think you said he kind of has that look on his face of like he's gonna kill someone.
No, that was the
Oh yeah,
orc.
that's probably him.
That's the orc. You don't know his name, but you do know who he is on that
Okay. May I do a intelligence check and or a wisdom check on him?
What are you wanting to know? So that way I can tell you what to roll. What are you trying to discern?
If he kind of has any history of violence, murdering anybody, stuff like that.
Sure. So you can make a intelligence history check.
Okay. Might help if I select the dice. So 13 plus 1 plus 3. So 5 plus 4, 9.
9. Okay. So all you know is that he's a noble from the nation of Nuck. That's about all you know. You're not even sure if he has anything more specific that he's done. You just know that of his title.
Okay.
Go on.
Good.
Pierogi would like to speak up, either addressing the captain or whoever's in charge of the guard, and just very, kind of clear the air a little bit and be like, "What do you want with us?"
And he, yeah. So I know none of you are the nicest of people, and all of you have reasons of your own that you may or may not have killed this man, but a very important noble was killed on my ship, so we're here to find out who did it. And right now, you are all prime suspects. Either through direct contact or histories, or in the case of you, and he looks at Pierogi, being heard talking about going to meet Hasaid.
Well, of course. Who doesn't want to bump elbows with the hobnobs and whatnot?
Me. Anyways.
All
I'll kind of speak up and just be like, just letting you all know, I do come from the noble house of Black, um, and I can attest to, my friends did not do this. They would never do this. If I may roll for persuasion
Sure, you
on
can go
a
ahead and make a persuasion check. Yes.
+2, so 15.
All right. All right. So you convince them that at least at your word and your title, that they are less inclined to assume the people with you were the murderers, but it doesn't seem like they're completely convinced. Just more so that, at least as far as you know, like they believe that you believe that at the very least. If that makes sense.
Mhm.
Because they did go to your room and you were alone at your room. So as far as they were concerned, you, as far as you know, can vouch for these people, but you weren't with them the whole night. And they do say it's like, okay, we believe that you didn't murder him while they were with you, but we
Mhm.
also don't know that you didn't murder him.
Gotcha.
So I kind
Okay.
of speak up and ask, like, how did it happen? Who got murdered and where? And and then I try to remember if Job saw anything through the night that would be suspicious
I
to
will
them.
say that Jobs will have not seen anything. You can remember, because this occurred on the top deck, and everything that occurred, at least on your side, as far as you can recall, throughout the night, Jobs did not see any sort of action besides people doing normal, coming out of their room to go use the bathrooms and go back to their room, sort of thing. Nothing out of the ordinary. The captain will say, in the royal suites, and he motions, which side is this guy at real quick? He is on, hello, notes. Do you want to move? Thank you. I have a lot of notes, and it was just like not wanting to change pages. It was like, nope, we're just gonna sit right here, ignore anything
I
you want
totally
to
get
see.
that. My computer keeps randomly muting the entire computer.
Sure.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm like, oh god, wait, fix it.
that
And
happened to me during your stream earlier today.
technology great when it works. All right. On the port
Right.
side, there are the royal suites, and he motions out towards the doorway, out of the door, in the helm, and he says, "And he was killed with a single strike that pierced him completely through the body, straight through the heart, slaying him instantly. I would let you go look, but it's an awful crime scene, and you're all suspects."
I can assure you that I certainly had nothing to do with it. I had an alibi, but I will tell you, you are in the presence of of the freelancer, treasure hunter, or dragon slayer, survivor of 100 magic missiles in the Great Wizarding Wars, King of the Ring, survivor of Baba Yaga's dancing hut, and ace detective Pierogi. And I
Uh,
can certainly help you sort this out and find out who the culprit is.
the half elf that you had fleeced for all of his money approaches. He says, "Actually, I am a trained investigator, and you are nothing but a common criminal."
I guess we'll have to find out, won't we?
And
And then
he's go on.
oh sorry.
Nope, go
I was
on.
gonna say Kafira says, well, I don't have so many fancy titles, but as a cleric, I've seen my fair share of injuries and situations, and if I can see what happened, maybe I can find some things that might have been missed.
And the investigator, as he is now identified himself as, does walk over towards you, and he looks you in the eyes for a moment, and he says, I don't suspect you anyways, so why don't you come with me and we'll go take a look.
And if it helps, I can transform into a wolf and kind of smell out the scent of anything that you all can't really sniff out yourselves.
He turns to look at you. He says, no, you're still one of my prime suspects. We have too many people who heard you talking about meeting him.
I never said anything about meeting him. If I may, do a persuasion check.
So I want to,
Or-
real quick, I want to let you know what they're referencing. At the very beginning of this, Pierogi and you were talking, and Pierogi said that he was going to take you to meet him.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
That's my fault.
Yeah, and I
Thank
put
you,
in the
Pierogi.
chat at the time. I was like, so Pierogi's just willingly bringing a lady friend to the womanizer. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, as a distraction, yes. I wasn't trying to steal his luxury ticket.
In that case, may I roll for a deception?
Yeah, you can.
We're in ads.
Are we in ads?
15.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Let's see, how long? We've got 30 seconds left on it.
For me, I've got a minute 10.
Sure, but the delay or whatever.
Yeah. I did roll a 15.
Yep.
With a plus 0.
Pull up his stats, because that may or may not have been enough. It's going to be very close, and I gotta pull up his stats. You are just shy. He does not believe you.
Ooh.
I mean, literally just shy. Like, he's just not believing you. You put up a convincing argument, and you can see him kind of ponder it for a moment before he goes, no. All right. And ads are over, so we can get back to it. All right, so yeah, you roll for it, and he says, no, I'm sure that you really were going to meet him.
Well, we think you did it. So how about that?
Why would I do that? I'm an investigator.
We think you did it.
You had a
No.
motive.
What?
Yeah.
What motive did I have then?
We just have to uncover it.
Yeah, we're like the Scooby-Doo gang. We uncover stuff like this.
Yeah, and Madam Black is the dog.
Scooby-Doo.
Is Artie
Shaggy,
who's
I
Shaggy?
think.
Yeah.
Zoinks.
I feel like Pierogi is Scrappy though.
Scrappy-Doo.
Let me at him.
All right.
Who would,
Kafira would be
I was gonna say,
probably
either
what's-
Velma or Daphne.
Velma.
Probably
Velma.
Velma.
No, she's
Oh,
Fred.
yeah.
She's
The-
Fred.
The
She's a straight up Fred.
investigator's probably Fred.
Well, I guess, Lou, we gotta dye your hair blonde now.
Oh god.
All right.
No, thank you.
Is Jobs, can he be stealthy enough to go invisible? So if anybody any of us leave the room, like Jobs can go with them?
Man, that's gonna be hard since he's in plain sight of everyone in the room.
Right. I was waiting for like a busy time, and then I was gonna have him kind of, while everybody was paying attention to something else.
Sure. Let me
Do
look
it, but-
at the helm again and see. So there's not a. Oh. All right. I'm going to point this out. So there is a table with maps on it, right? And so he could be playing with stuff underneath that table, perchance, quote unquote, playing with stuff to hide away. If you would like to do it that way. I will
so if he could-
request for another stealth check or deception, your choice. I will allow either.
He is +5 stealth, so probably that.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Oh, come on.
Ooh.
So yeah,
Time.
everyone watches as he
Trick.
turns invisible. Like he's just like, "Got it, boss!" sort of motion, and then turns invisible while everyone's looking at him at that moment because he made a squeak or something.
I'm just not gonna like acknowledge it and just kind of like nod at somebody, make eye contact with one person. Just hey.
He is invisible though, like that. There's nothing to stop that part because that is just his ability to do. So, this isn't a really tall room though, so he's gonna have to find a way through to the door. On his
He'll-
own.
See, he doesn't have much of a spell list or anything.
Why did that turn invisible?
I don't think I have any touch spells. He can go invisible on like at will, but
Right. Yeah, so he's like under this table. It'll take a second for the stream to catch up. And he needs to get to this door. And there are several people just throughout this room. No one's really sitting in one spot. And there is one guy at the wheel, which is the thing right here is the wheel. So he just have to find a way to move his movement pretty much without being bumping into someone to get out of the room.
okay. He'll probably just kind of, since he was like seen, he'll probably kind of wait mostly wherever he's able to, even if it's like up against the top of underneath the table or something.
Sure.
And just only move when everybody's like there's a commotion or anything.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We can do that.
So with that said, I'll kind of move off to the side to the other way. And kind of put my hand up to my forehead and say, I don't feel so good. And before I can even say good, just pass out on the floor.
Are you I will allow you to make a deception or a performance here. Your choice. Let's see how convincing you can make this look as you are like, oh, I don't feel so good, or it's like, oh no.
Ooh. Could I do persuasion instead, or is that not?
Because you are either actively lying or you're putting on a show. You're not just trying to tell someone to do something, so to speak.
Okay.
So.
I'll do performance.
Okay.
Pathetic.
Oh no, I don't feel so good, and then dramatically falls to the floor, definitely not looking around.
And then
We're not
I'm
suspicious
like,
at all.
well, if all the theatrics are done, the sooner we have answers, the sooner we can be done here.
Yeah. like some of us have alibis. Is there no way that we can prove to you that we've not gone and done this?
Well, I mean, if you have a proper alibi and you can show me some proof of it, sure. Until then, everyone is suspect. More or less, everyone is suspect.
So,
I look shyly over at Kenai.
Right? I was gonna say, is Kenai gonna have a problem with what you're about to say?
I might have been making a mess somewhere else on the ship.
And Kenai is just gonna, and he holds up his hand and he does a little wave of his hand, and you will see shadow-like energies swirl up along his body as he will create a illusion of the happenings of the night before from his point of view.
Everybody.
Yep.
He means this, and then he waves it away right after.
I'll kind of explain to him like, the only time I talked to him was when I got on the ship, and then I
At
mean,
this point, I don't think they're going to believe anything you say with the deception and the performance.
Yeah, pretty much.
and then I mean, I have Artie over here. He can attest to I saved his life by helping get him to his bed and giving him a herb drink to take the horrible alcohol toxins out of his body.
At this point, like everyone in the room kind of stares at you, like, did he drink so much he was going to die? What?
Let's just say one jolt of this ship and he would have been overboard.
Oh yeah, no, I was in pain, and she helped me. Oh, I was seeing the light, and she brought me back. She's amazing.
And at this point, a lot of them just kind of look over at Artie. Like all eyes are on him now. Everyone is looking at him for a moment. Like, what did you drink?
My eyes turn blue again, and I'm like, well, let me tell you. Gather around, everybody, get closer. Come here. And Job's like, doing his thing.
And I
in the
like
back.
look over at the investigator like,
And he's just motioning towards the
gonna
door.
let this keep happening?
By the way, the investigator is just motioning towards the door for you to follow him. Like he's just ignoring them at this point.
Okay, then I just follow him.
Yeah, Job's gonna follow you guys, or you.
All right.
And I'm gonna sit there and try to come in. Okay, so there I was, I saw these people, great people. They were just sitting there, they're talking, and I feel like I need to do something. And my patron, out of the sky, brought me this amazing booze, and I offered it, and she told me, don't drink a lot. I heard it too late. I was ready. This stuff was amazing and terrible and hurt me. And
And Mocat's gonna be like, I can attest to the quality of that drink.
Mocat was there. She amazed me. I took some more, and that's kind of all I remember.
All right. So, Kafira, as you enter the room, you see it is an absolute bloody mess. It looks like not that the blow that killed him made a mess, but it looks like he attempted to like claw his way away from the situation. This room here.
Okay.
You can see it looks like his body is physically at the door, like his hand is pushed up against it. You can tell that it would have been a very quick death, though, so the fact that he's moved this far is a little suspicious. You also can see that there are several documents that have been thrown to the ground as if they've been rifled through. There is several different love letters mixed in with these, and you can also see a spot on the ground where some type of parchment had been when the blood had sprayed, but is now missing.
All right. And I'd like to do both an investigative and a medicine check separately. Okay, so I'll do the investigative one first, which ends up being 9. Kind of.
All right.
I meant to ask if I could do an insight check, not an investigative check.
You can do all three, so go ahead and do that next.
All right. Well,
your investigation is just you turn up, like what you see is what you see. There's nothing extra to it, I will say.
Okay. Then my insight. Are you kidding me? Look, this is nonsense. Okay. Wow.
Not just me.
The
Yay.
last 4 rolls are 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is insane. Okay. My insight ends up being 10.
10. Okay. So your instincts are telling you that part of the scene in front of you is artificial in a way, like something was set up. But beyond that, you can't place your finger on what or where. Just something about this doesn't feel like this is exactly how it was whenever it had occurred. Like something has been moved around beyond the obvious of the parchment, but something else feels off.
Okay, and then I want to kind of look at the wounds and things like that for a medicine check.
Absolutely.
All right, and that with my medicine is a 13.
13. Beautiful. Okay. So, when you examine this wound, you can tell that it was created by a small bladed instrument, probably about the size of a spearhead or something of the sort. The wound appears to have been made by a very sharp object, very clean. It would have pierced straight through the heart and come out just to the side of the spine. He would have bled out nearly instantly. Let's see. Yep, that's all you get with that check on the immediate. So.
Okay, and then is it possible to do a check for religion to see if there's any kind of anything I get from like this being tied to some kind of spirit situation?
Nice.
Or religious situation.
Sure. You can. We'll just call it a wisdom check. You can use religion on this, but we'll call it a wisdom check instead of an intelligence check because you're not trying to do this from a knowledge point of view.
Okay. I'm over it with these rolls right now. Oh, all right. So wisdom check is gonna make that a 6.
All right. So as you don't get any sort of spiritual pressure sort of feeling from this. It feels very mundane, very whatever occurred here was definitely two people.
There wasn't like a religious element to it.
Right. It was if it doesn't feel like a ritual if that's what you're trying to ask.
Right.
It definitely was.
Since blood everywhere, or I mean, there's mess everywhere, but it was a very like assassin-like killing. But like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep, nope, exactly. That's exactly what you sense here. It's like it's as far as you can tell, it was just one person killing another person for the point of a reason that was not so methodical as a religious cause.
Okay.
Is there anything that Job sees? He wouldn't be looking super hard, but just kind of generically.
Okay, so you're gonna get the same sort of thing where you can see that his. I assume he's like flying in and hovering over everything, so you can see the man's reaching out for the doorway, blood everywhere. It almost looks like the blood's been sprayed around more so than an average situation you would expect. You can see all the documents that appear to have been rifled through. There's a spot on the floor where there's missing blood in the shape of a document where you can assume something had been moved. From your vantage point, you do get one extra little bit of tidbit, and that's on the top of the door. You can actually see what appears to be a small like scrape mark, like someone had attempted to tear the door down.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and go visible and make a little commotion and point at it. Exactly.
So yeah, out of nowhere, Job appears. This little demon again just appears in the middle of the room and is pointing at the door, squeaking and poking. At this point, by the way, the investigator is about had enough of the shenanigans, and he pulls a hand crossbow and points it at the imp.
Oh, it immediately falls to the ground, hands up in the most adorable imp way.
And I'll make sure to be like, okay, let's calm things down. It seems like he was trying to get our attention for a reason. I don't know if I noticed what that reason is, but
let's see. I can't remember if they can speak or not. The familiar versions.
Oh, I was looking for that and I couldn't find anything like that. I was hoping I could, but I can pretty much take him over.
Right, I know.
That's it. Pack of the chain gives me a few extra things.
Right. One second while this loads. Okay. So it can speak, just not common.
what's it speak?
It speaks Infernal.
Well, of course.
Any Infernal speakers here?
Once did I get Pack of the Voice of the Chain Master? I might have.
If so, then yeah, it's able to speak.
Oh, I did. I really did. Yeah, I can speak through it.
Okay.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so I just start saying, no, I saw something up there. I'm so sorry.
Is it going to speak in Common or in Elvish?
Well, I mean, I can speak Common, so since it's my voice, I'll just be... There's scratches on top of the door. I just wanted to help.
Oh, I didn't realize you could talk.
I didn't either.
You're even able to do this even if it wasn't able to speak, so yeah.
Oh, good deal.
But yeah, it's literally Artie's voice coming out of Job, just so you know.
That's an interesting trick.
That's pretty fun. I have conversations with myself sometimes. Oh, yeah. Anyways.
So, I can't remember the investigator's name, but I'm like...
No one's actually asked the investigator's name. You literally don't know it yet. He's literally just introduced himself as an investigator.
Oh, I thought you said he was the half elf that was at the table.
And no one ever asked his name.
So fun.
And he didn't willingly give it up.
So, Mr. Investigator.
I realize that, I don't know what your name is, sir.
Oh, they called me Earth. That's with a U for anyone who wants to write notes.
I am Rock. Earth, U-R-T. I got it. Okay.
I am a waterbender.
Can you see what Artie's little friend was talking about?
Yeah, and so he will very skillfully climb the door frame as to not step in the blood, and he will look at it very closely. And you can from where your position, you can see him like run his hand over it, and it almost looks like a hunter tracking like scrape marks on the ground from an animal. Like he has that sort of presence as he investigates it. And he says, this appears to have been done with something a bit heavier than a weapon, like some sort of crowbar or something of that sort. So whoever did this has a crowbar either with them or in their room.
If I may, transform into a small, like, and we're talking like small, like gecko, and kind of sneak under a door and go down there.
Let me check. I think yes. I think we discovered that they don't have the same restrictions as they used to, so you probably can do that, but let me double check.
Okay.
You're gonna make yourself so much more suspicious, though. They're like, no, we suspect you, and you're like, I'm gonna change into an animal and run away.
True, but I mean, out of play, I remember, I believe it was Artie who has a crowbar.
I do.
But you don't
I was
know
about
that
to-
they said anything
but
about
you
it, though.
wouldn't know.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know that because he was just telling us like weight wise. So you wouldn't unless you rifled through his stuff, which we didn't. I mean, to my knowledge, you wouldn't know he has one.
Though Artie
Okay.
is definitely going to point out that he has one.
Right? I figured you'd squeak it out through job, like, oh, I have a crowbar, and then like realize
That's
like,
right.
oh, that was a dumb thing to say.
Pierogi's definitely got a crowbar, but he's not tall enough to reach the top of the door.
Right?
I am.
You're just sitting there like, I would never struggle with that.
Yeah,
That would be easy.
Job, right? No, Job does. He's like, I have a crowbar. I have one. Do we
Just
need it?
further implicate yourself.
Yeah, and so
Yeah, he's
I'd say you see Earth just kind of turn and look at Job, like he has that sort of look like, are you actually stupid? Sort of look on his face, and he says, "Do you want to show me your crowbar?"
I just nod, and he starts like flying up. Pretty proud of my crowbar. I like it.
And so yeah, he's going to follow you, follow Job to go recover the crowbar. While that's going on, what is everyone else doing? Also, is
I
Artie
decided I'm gonna follow
passing?
them because that can't end well.
Okay, sure. Is Artie passing any of this on through his real body? Because the communicating you do through the imp is on your end telepathic, so you're not saying this out loud unless you choose to do so.
Oh yeah, no. When I was telling that story, I kind of just, as soon as I was done with it, just kind of sat down and started looking through. So it was very awkward. And then I come back, and I'm just like, hey, and I go to Frogie and Madame Black and just kind of explain everything that's happening while my imp's just autopiloting.
And you're probably like all proud, like, and I'm helping.
Oh yeah, I'm very proud that they're going to see my crowbar too.
You what? You told them you have a crowbar?
Yeah, I've put like a nice handle on it and everything. I really like it.
You realize they now are definitely going to suspect you because it has a crowbar or like figure
No.
to the who else are they going to suspect? You're the
I
only one
mean-
here with a crowbar.
Yeah,
Right,
the
but
only one with a crowbar. Nobody else has a crowbar.
Kenai goes, I have a crowbar.
Yeah, see? I want to see your crowbar.
Oh well, it's down in my room. Pierogi saw it.
Brogy, does it have a handle or,
Oh boy, does it have a handle.
Oh
Wow.
Lord,
You have to draw it for me.
my innocent ears.
I would like anyone who's in the helm to make a perception check for me, please.
Perception.
That's
3.
me too, right?
I guess.
Yeah, you're up there too.
9 plus 5,
I got
so
15.
14.
All right, so 15. You're going to notice that the halfling that you had not known is no longer in the room with you guys.
So we're-
Where'd the halfling go?
Down a halfling.
And I'll kind of just like look around, like spin around, like the halfling's gone.
No, I'm right here.
The sharp looking one.
Olivia goes, "Oh, no, I'm over
Oh.
here."
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
The good-looking one.
And she just looks at you very offended.
Had a great mustache.
Oh, not me.
The one that didn't we accuse him of being the murderer?
I think the only person you
I'm pretty
actively
sure it was
accuse is
the gnome.
the auto gnome or bottle gnome, the little robot.
He's not in here, is he? He's missing too.
That's true.
That means he's on the loose. Safe in
So
here.
I'll kind of, I guess, what I'll end up doing is go ahead and transform into the little gecko, get out and go alert the investigator like those two are missing.
I love this. So you guys are like, wait, one of the halflings gone, and then Madam Black's Chow turns into a gecko, goes out the room while everyone's just like, get that gecko, because they still don't trust you.
Right? And you're like, somebody else is missing though when you go missing.
Meanwhile, there's like one guard in the room with the rest of you.
And then I'll go ahead and transform back into a human investigator. And I'll kind of just be out of breath.
Oh yeah, so what Kathira sees is this little gecko jumps off the wall and then turns into Madam Black and is like panting like, investigator, hold up.
This
Where are we now? Because are we on the first floor, or are we where
you would be
murder took place, or
no, you would definitely be on the stairs,
crowbar?
the stairs down to the crowbar. You're almost down to the rooms.
Okay.
There's one of the halflings is missing, and I think the little robot thingy is missing from the room, and the guards did absolutely nothing about it.
And he's going to stare at you blankly whenever you say the robot, and it's like that statement overrode the rest of the sentence. He's like, you mean the bottle gnome that was part of the automated chip?
Yes.
Yeah, that's their. Why would they stop that? That's what?
But the important thing is there's a halfling missing, and I believe that there's going to be another murder because they went missing, and the guards are doing absolutely nothing about the fact that they just disappeared out of thin air.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people working here.
I think, and then can I do? I'm trying to think of what I would need to roll to say, like, I hear a scream come down from the rooms.
Is there a scream? So it depends.
No, it would be a deception if you're trying, unless you're trying to throw your voice to make it sound like there's a scream, in which case that would be a performance.
I guess what I'm trying to do is like there be another passenger down there that we hear scream. Is kind of what I'm kind of going for.
I mean, that's up to the DM if that's part of the mystery.
There's not another random person who's actively screaming. But if you're trying to convince them of that, you can either
hold on. Pierogi starts banging against the door. Let's out. Pierogi will start screaming because he's tired of being locked up.
He's so strictly locked up right up here with the one guard.
I'll do a deception.
Okay.
These rolls hate me.
I do love how there's some really good rolls in here as well. So it's not all bad rolls, but all the rolls that seem to matter keep being bad rolls.
Right.
All right. So
I could have sworn I heard a voice down there.
And he just says, "You've been lying to me this whole time. Now you're here trying to convince me of someone else. I'm starting to really think it's you. Do you have a crowbar?"
I do not, but I know who does.
I'm about to go search your room, but... And he looks at Job, who's... I assume Job didn't bother stopping. He's like hovering in front of the door at this point, or did he stop when all this happened?
Oh no, he would like kind of toggle me, like because he can talk to me.
Yeah.
And so when I got to the door, I would just go back to going through him. So I'd try to open the door and like guide him to the
Sure.
crowbar and everything.
I know who does have a crowbar though.
That
One of
thing,
the-
and he points towards Job.
Well,
Wave.
that thing has a owner, and that owner's with our group, kind of, sort of. We just met him on this
Jeez.
trip.
How's that bus feel?
I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy.
Could have totally thrown it onto Kenai, but no. Artie the little innocent.
Is he? Is he?
It's not.
That guy Artie, when we were up in that room that you were holding us in, was telling us about himself having a crowbar.
Well, we already know about that, hun. Tom here's about to take us to it.
Right, but that makes him more sus.
You just escaped a room that you're supposed to be waiting in, which makes you as sus as that.
But I did it for the better good, because there's a halfling missing.
Well, there's now also
A very
a druid missing.
yeah, a druid who is missing from that room, standing in front of me. And you can see Earth just kind of starting to get annoyed, and he's just like, "Preserve me! The green better preserve me, or I am going to become the murderer here."
I'll just kind of like fall down on my knees and beg him to let me help. That I'll prove it to him that I have absolutely nothing to do with this murder.
And he kind of takes a very long, deep breath. And he says, "Fine. If you think you can be helpful and you stay here with us, fine."
Am I able to transform into a wolf at that point?
I don't believe so. I think you
What?
have used 2 between, right?
Yeah, the bear and the gecko.
Right. So
You gotta wait for a rest.
Yeah, you gotta wait for an hour before you can. Resting for an hour before you can transform again.
Can I explain that to the investigator?
And he's just like, "Get back in that room." All right, come on. And he's going to walk away. He's like, "Dwarf, starts with a K. Can you get that crowbar? I'm gonna take her back to the helm." And he's just getting frustrated with the whole situation.
But I can help, I swear.
Job brings out his crowbar and it's got like leather like strapped and not very well tied to it. He's like, "I found it." He's so proud.
And I assume, let's see. So is he gonna just like try to bring it over to Earth then, or is he like just handing it to the person who's closest to him?
Oh, he's definitely gonna go try to give it to Earth because he thought Earth was gonna really like it.
Sure. So Earth is currently like trying to guide Madam Black up to the helm as Job is chasing him. Very leisurely chasing him, yeah. Go on.
Hey, wait. The little job guy, he's right behind you. He's got that crowbar for you.
And he takes a very deep breath. He turns, he says, "Thank you, creature," and holds out his hand. And he looks over the crowbar, and he's just like, he kind of has that look like, who made this thing, as he's looking at it. Which, of course, he doesn't say anything. He looks it over, and he just like, "Fine, he didn't do it," and hands the thing back to, hands it back to Job.
Oh,
And then
Job just
I'm
smiles.
just gonna like try to get close to Job and like Tell him he's a good boy.
He loves that. He loves that song. And then he just like gleefully goes back to the room to put it up.
All right, so back to the helm where Phil is. I mean, where Pierogi is flirting with Kenai apparently.
I don't know. I don't know what's taking everyone. I don't know why they haven't cleared us of suspicion. There's, sadly, physical evidence that they could examine, I'm sure. But yeah, you know, what do you say we sneak on out of here and down to the pool?
And he kind of looks down. He's like, I mean, who's gonna stop me? And he just like walks over to the guard. He puts his hand on the guard who just falls asleep and walks out.
All right, I'm gonna follow him down.
You and Kenai need a room.
Well, they
They
had
did.
one.
Next stop's the pool.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not dressed. I don't have my stuff. I'm in a towel. Might as well go to the pool.
And so
It's logical.
Earth leads the two of you back up, and you get to the because the pool is like you have to come out and then go around to the front of the helm. So you, from where he is, he can't see the pool until he gets into the helm where you can see through the glass window. So he's gonna lead you in, and he's just going to see a guard literally sleeping on the floor, and he's just like, "They're all murderers, aren't they? You're all murderers."
For
I've killed
the
a bear.
for the record, for the record, investigator, I was not in the room.
When you were supposed to be.
Yes, you were not in this room, and now there's a guard down on the floor, and you want what? Do you expect me to make of that situation, ma'am? Everyone else is gone because there's no guard here anymore. I understand that. Oh yeah, literally, there's no one there but the sleeping guard at this point, because everyone
Right,
else
and
walked out too.
I mean, the
There's no
halfling's
way.
armed.
My
There's
body's
no
still
way
there.
that he knows that guard went down after you left.
Right, exactly.
I do know that that pierogi guy that I was with, he had been talking about wanting to go down to the pool ever since he got here.
And Earth just like takes a deep
All of
breath.
your allies are in danger.
Takes a deep breath, walks over to the window, and in fact does see Kenai and Pierogi out of the pool, and he's just like, and of course I say that the after a few moments, the captain does come in to make adjustments to the flight because someone has to eventually fly the ship, and he's just like looking at the empty room. He's like, "Oh, is everything solved?"
All I'm gonna say is I better get Wick sick after this.
Did she do it? He asks, and Earth says, "At this point, probably." Can you get some of your men to go and collect everyone again? And of course he does the thing again with the thaumaturgy, with the voice, and he just calls out all guards on deck, please round up the missing suspects back to the helm. And as this announcement is made, you can hear from all of the rooms that were not filled with adventurers, you can hear like loud mutterings and people like freaking out suddenly at the word suspect being used. And so a large commotion starts to come over the whole ship.
I'm gonna have my guy get up and get conscious again and look at the captain and just be like, "Hey, how about that tour?"
Perfect timing.
And Earth just nods his head. He's like, He's fine. You can whatever. He didn't do it, and he just like slowly walks out the door to go to the pool to get meet up with Kenai and Pierogi.
I'm gonna have Jobs follow Earth.
And the captain's like, "All right, let me show you how this thing works." And he's gonna go through. There's like throughout this whole room, there's probably a good 12 different levers. There's this giant wheel. There's 3 different cranks that would be used for different steam valves and stuff. It's quite a complicated thing.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching you earlier. It looked pretty nice.
And it's a very complicated thing where you're sure that if you were to mess with it, the whole thing would crash. Like that's how complicated this seems.
I'll kind of just walk over and be like, "Ooh, what's this button do?" and act like I'm gonna push it.
You have never felt a grip as strong as his as he reaches out and takes your hand to keep it. You're pretty sure he could break your wrist with just the grip of the strength of his grip alone, as he keeps you from touching anything.
I was just pointing. I wasn't gonna touch it.
Well, now I know you won't, as he pulls your hand back away and then like pushes it down so it's down by your side and goes back to piloting. All right, so Earth will approach the pool with Pierogi and Kenai. And he's just going to look down at Pierogi. He says, "All right, be square with me. Can you even reach the top of any of these doors?" He doesn't even give you any context for what he's saying. He just asks you that straight out.
Do you want the real truth, or do you want like the pretty? Do you want the acceptable answer?
I want you to just tell me the actual answer so I can continue with this investigation and not have to throw someone overboard from frustration at all of you. And you can hear like that level of rage, just so like he's about to burst at this point at something.
I absolutely can. Here, I'll show you. And I fasten my towel, and I go up to one of the ship walls, the many architectures, and I use my thief second story feature to climb up the wall.
And he just nods.
Yeah,
He says,
I totally can reach.
all right. I because I know the sort of person you are, may I see your crowbar?
I mean, it's downstairs in my room, which I haven't been in for a number of hours. So I mean, it's in there.
Okay. If I leave, are you going to stay here, or are you going to lie and tell me you're going to stay here?
I want nothing more than to stay here at the pool.
Okay. What about you, big guy? Do you have a crowbar? I have a crowbar.
Yeah, he does.
I'm gonna go check your room as well. And he's at this point, he's just like done with you guys, and he does walk off to go and check. You can tell he is the sort of person who normally has full control of a situation, especially one that he's investigating. And at this point, he's just lost control of the situation, and he's just grasping at anything left available.
Ace detective, huh? Still hasn't solved the mystery, huh?
I mean, his name's not Ventura.
All right, so you guys are at the pool and in the helm, and you are essentially left alone. The captain is showing them how to pilot the ship, and Kenai is with you at the pool. Beyond that, everyone else has left. How is there anything? How would you like to proceed from this position?
Hey, Kenai,
Yeah.
just checking, and you can be honest with me. I'm no snitch. Did you kill that guy?
Why? That's his response. Just why?
Well, because you're a bounty hunter. I mean, were you paid to kill that guy?
Oh no, I work for that guy.
Oh, but nobody else. I mean, well, I guess if you didn't do it, I didn't do it. I was just, asking.
And he's just like, I mean, the guy was a dick, but nah, I wouldn't have done it.
All right, fair
How
enough.
do you get paid if you kill him?
Hey, so if you worked for the guy, can you tell me, like, do you have any idea who could have done it? Like, who he's been in contact with, or if he pissed anybody off lately?
Oh yeah, he's pissed everybody off practically. There was that lady that was in there with us, the one that was dressed like she just had someone die. He was flirting with her last night and got a little handsy when he got drunk, and she nearly shoved him overboard. There was that little that little lady, the little one that's your size, you know. He
Oh, Wild Cloak. Yeah.
yeah,
The
that one.
Olivia Wild Cloak. I know of her. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to convince her that he would buy everything if she spent the night with him. That didn't go well.
All right.
That paladin guy, even the one who caught that led us here. He's a political opposition to Hassad, or he was, I guess, at this point.
Are you talking about the guy from Nuck, or is that
That guy? No, that guy. Yeah, that guy has ties to him as well. See, they used to work together back in the days of the war, right? And good old Silger there, he paid for certain things to go away. Like he did some bad stuff, right? And
no kidding?
Hassad's the sort of person who knows the right people to make things go away, right? And so, yeah, he definitely has some ties from that as well. And then there's that little that woman that was in here, the one that was in the blue robe. She actively protests outside of his office all the time. She's threatened to blow up his house with a fireball. That hasn't happened yet though. And then there's that lady that was all bound in here. She's a pirate, I'm pretty sure. I had to bring her in one time because he had me go after her.
Oh, huh. So it really could have been anybody.
I mean, it could have been you.
Oh, but I was with you.
That's
You know.
I know. I mean, you were with me for that 30 minutes or so.
Is it possible to do a short rest so that I can turn into the wolf?
So yeah, you'll have to just hang out in the helm for an hour, essentially. Not really
Okay.
doing anything. If you're going to do that alone, though, while other things occur, you will be, because you can't be actively doing stuff to take a rest. Like you can do light things, like make tea and things like that. But if you're going to actively be investigating while people do stuff, you will not be able to do that. So that's going to be how that's going to have to work. Either you kind of sit there for the hour while things are going on, or you'll be doing stuff. Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
You're up.
I'll just sit there for the hour.
Okay.
You're in the helm, right?
Correct.
I'll short rest as well, and my imp will just follow without me like looking through them and stuff like that.
Sure.
That's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's no effort. It's just a bond you have that you can look through. So
I'm just gonna go relax on deck, grab a nice drink. I'm not a suspect. I'm not getting. If they need me, I'm just gonna be in clear view, just relaxing.
Thanks for the backup.
all right. So after a short while, the investigator will return, and he says, "All right," to the pool. He says, "All right, you guys are free for now. Obviously you're still under suspicion. If anything comes up, I'm going to hunt you down to the ends of the earth, yada yada yada." Like he seems almost like he's just done with you guys. Like he doesn't even want to interact with Pierogi or Kenai at this point. Like you guys have clearly pushed him to the point where you just annoy him. He says, "So just be good and stay on the ship." And as he finishes that line, you're going to hear the whirring of one of the miniature airships starting up.
Oh, let's go take a look at where that's coming from. I'd like to see who's riding on the mini airships.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be curious just because, I'm here trying to have a fun, adventurous experience. And I forgot you could get on those mini ones. I'd love to see what it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. So, as you run to that side, you can see it's already splitting off. Like it's falling. Like it's like the person started the operation, but then kicked off before it was done starting up, and you can see through the open top because I don't have any sort of cover over the top. It's just like it's like a speedboat almost in shape with sails out of the sides. And you can see the brightly colored feathers of the halfling with the wide-brimmed hat that you had seen earlier.
Oh, hey, Mr. Investigator, isn't that one of the other guys?
And as you're saying this, he has already jumped into one of the other airships. Like, as you're trying to turn to talk to him, he is already in action to chase this guy down.
In pursuit.
Yeah, he is in pursuit.
Oh man, can I flag down like one of the one of the servers or something and see if I can get like a bucket of popcorn while this is going on?
You just find one of the bottle gnomes and tell them to bring you some popcorn.
Yes, maybe for two.
Yeah,
Two?
of course.
Yes.
Kenai's like, you better make it like 5 if you're getting some for me.
Oh, absolutely.
And of course, the bottle gnome will toddle off to go and acquire some. All right, so that occurs, and I'm going to go ahead and let you know you're not going to see them back. They are going to be completely gone.
Well, I suppose we could hang out in the ballroom, maybe get our dance on.
You're actually still not allowed in the ballroom. That was one of the few places that is a higher ticket. It's one of the only things, and that's because we're the big banquet.
Oh,
I
okay.
wonder if he's just got this like this air about like, oh well, Kenai can just make him fall asleep. Like,
Oh yeah.
how many guards are really blocking it?
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. There's 2 guards at each door.
Well, could I perhaps introduce Madame Black, a fancy noble, to somebody coming out of the ballroom for a quick chat?
There are definitely random nobles at this point coming and going. Yeah, so you definitely find some random noble to interact with, yes.
Madame Black, I would like to introduce you to this very esteemed individual. What is your name, by the way?
You know, let's. You're really doing this to me, huh?
My goal is just to steal a luxury ticket.
I know. I'm just saying, I didn't have all the random nobles don't have names at the moment.
I honestly thought that I was still in the helm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
That's
can
right.
definitely be. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're resting, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough. In that case, I'll just crouch in the corner waiting and see if I can pickpocket. Ah, thank you.
Ah. All right. Yeah, you can definitely find a noble and make a sleight of hand. Yeah,
That'll be a 22.
Yeah, you're able to easily acquire a ticket and get your way in there. The ticket, by the way, is still
Absolutely.
connected to the key because that's how they work.
Randomicus nobilis.
Well, we got somebody's room key. I'll just unhook it from the ticket and like stash it somewhere. And see if I can get my way into the ballroom.
Yep. And they don't really seem to double check. As long as it's the right ticket, they let you in.
Sweet. What's the ballroom like?
It is an absolute luxurious area. Let me pull it up. That's the wrong one. Hello, where are you? And not the poor. We want the dining with the ballroom. There it is. Here we go. All right, so it's a very large ballroom with 5 chandeliers, all with colored flames within their bulbs. Along either side of the ballroom are long banquet tables filled with absolute opulent foods. This is definitely where that wine had come from earlier, that had been brought to you by Artie and or Job. On the far side, there is an area set up for, as when I say the far side, I mean all the way to the bow. There is an area set up for a live band, but there is not currently a live band performing. There are several people mingling and talking, but no one seems to be actively dancing at the moment, as there is no live band.
I have a couple objectives here. First of all, being that I have a ticket, I would like to sample some of the fancy wine. But my second objective is to, like, I don't know if maybe this is an investigation check, but I would like to, like, either listen in or kind of look around for some kind of clue as to if anybody in here was connected with the murder, or if anyone has gosh, the guy's name,
Which one?
Halsid?
Hasaid?
Hasaid. See if anyone has like Hasaid's name on their lips, or if I can find any kind of connection to that guy or the murder. I'm here to hobnob, sample some of the fancy treats, and look for some kind of clue.
Yeah, so if you want to make an investigation check using your charisma, that would be perfect.
Okay.
If you're doing it by talking with everyone.
Yeah. Oh, I can do that. So my charisma is +1, and I'm proficient in investigation, so that's proficiency. So that's +3. Oh, only a 5.
Okay. So you do hear, all you hear right now is everyone talking about the fact that they heard he's dead. It seems to be
Okay.
everywhere already. Everyone's saying, "Oh, did you hear Hasaid was killed?" It's very small town rumor type of vibe of the way it's going on, where everyone just can't stop but talk about it.
Got it.
But you don't hear any specifics about that. You do, however, on one of them, you are going to hear a name that you will recognize because of the fact that you have been spending time with Keen Eye.
Oh,
You're
okay.
going to hear someone say, "Did you see that Eldon Kettle Whistle had been here?" And I guess you heard it before, but you know that this was the spy that he had captured at one point.
That is interesting, and I know from my conversation with Kenai that was a halfling,
Yes,
and we know that a halfling just got away.
you sure do.
Ho 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 ho! Ace Detective is on the case. Pierogi is going to try and stuff a fresh bottle of wine under his towel and egress and make his way back to the others to spread the news.
Sure. Is Kathira just like up on the bow, like looking out, enjoying seeing the clouds and the mountains below you and everything?
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone,
Just really soaking it up until the next chaos starts.
right? And so everyone
Sorry
else is in
about
the
that.
helm.
I had to run use the restroom,
Oh, you're
but
good.
I'm back.
Well, your timing's perfect. They're coming back to the helm, anyways. Pierogi is.
Pierogi is going to try to find Artie and Kafira and Madame Black and Kenai and get everyone together and say, so I did a little bit of digging as the ace detective that I am.
Stop by his room, or is Pierogi still in a towel with a wine bottle stored underneath?
No, I'm still in a towel with a wine bottle underneath.
Go ahead.
Continue.
I didn't go get my stuff. I'm going to pull everyone together, including Kenai, and be like, so Kenai told me about this job he went on a while back for a notorious spy, a notorious halfling spy named Edwin Kettlewhistle.
Eldon.
Excuse me, Eldon Kettlewhistle. And rumor has it that he's on the ship, or he was aboard the ship that he's around. Somebody was talking about it in the ballroom downstairs, and I don't know how that's possible. I mean, I guess you must have turned him in alive, right? Right, Kenai?
Yeah, it's not so good to turn in a spy dead. They need to figure out what they told, so you always turn them in alive if you can.
I think
And
he must have.
just like chuckles to herself, knowing that Pierogi has a ticket just like the rest of us, and is telling us information about the ballroom.
Oh, I see. I have a luxury ticket, and he kind of waves it for a second and stuffs it back in his towel.
Fancy.
But so that may be pretty important to that may be who we're looking for. I mean, if it was that halfling with the mustache that hopped on the speed ship and jetted off, I mean that I don't know. He may have gotten away with it.
Yeah,
Did he get away completely?
as far as you know.
I mean, he and the investigator, Ace Defective here, hasn't come back.
Is the captain still on the helm?
Yeah, he's at this point just working. He's like actively trying to ignore all of you because of the problems you have caused on his ship. He just wants you to stay where you are, not mess with anything, you know.
I'm gonna go over to him and I'm like, hey, I have a few questions. One, is there any way we can track these little these boats that you have, these life rafts or whatever you want to call them?
Yeah, they all have a sending stone on them that we can track.
I look at everybody and be like, hey!
Yeah, good thinking.
And then he goes, also, by now it would have crashed.
Oh.
They only have enough power for about half an hour of flight, and we've been in here for almost an hour.
So maybe he
Well,
just moved places in the...
Does that mean the detective's in danger?
At this
Probably.
point, yeah, but you know what? If there is a waiver you had to sign to fly those things. If he signed it, it's on him. I'm just trying to get us to our destination, all right?
well, I think we're probably safe all the way back to port.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, I was kind of zoned out. So we know who the murderer is, or no?
Pierogi suspects.
Mustache man.
Not the mustache man.
The guy who looks like a cartoon villain can't be.
The guy with a long rapier when the when the murdered was run through.
With something sharp and spear-like?
Now the question is, could that halfling pry open the door from up there?
Like how you asked that when you shimmied up the wall.
But can he shimmy up the wall?
He looked pretty dastardly.
I will say that whenever you ask that out loud, Kenai goes, "No, that guy, nah, not at all. He was a clumsy nitwit when it came to anything besides acquiring information. He was good at talking to people and laying low, but he wasn't good at climbing or anything like that. That's why he was easy enough for me to catch once I got around all of the all of the people protecting him. Like I had said, he was more of a in your face sort of guy, not someone who was nimble like you are.
Somebody you might partner up with instead of turning in?
I mean, Pierogi, if you want, I can transform into the wolf and we sniff out the mustache man.
Well, he's already jetted
no.
off the ship in one of these little like speed dinghies, speed ships that they've taken off like a half hour ago. The captain was just saying that like, those little speed ships don't have enough power and they would have crashed like a half hour ago.
Do we have? Are there any more of those that we can take and go look for them?
I mean,
We might run out of power by the time we get to them.
3 or 4 more of them still left on the ship, but yeah, that would be an actual concern: is how far away are they, and do you have to go and come back?
And are we over the endless desert or whatever?
You're actually over the
there-
Great Mountains right now.
Okay.
Are there any places for you to like take off in one of those, but then redock back onto the boat?
So yeah, they attach on the sides like life rafts do, and you would take off from there, and then on the back of the ship is a place to land them.
Jobs, he was following Earth. Did he have anything to report back to?
Well,
Did Earth do anything funny?
Well, Earth would. I don't know if you missed that part, but Earth was one of the people who jumped into the 2 airships. He chased after Kettle.
Okay. Well,
How far can Job go?
100 feet, I think, before.
Yeah, so not. All right.
He dissipated. All right, so I'd recreate Jobs.
Yeah.
And I'd want him to go and go and try to recreate where it might, like, one of those vessels might have went if it was going to re-dock in the back.
Okay.
And then just kind of start searching that direction.
Yeah, so there's... Go on.
I think, we have some stones left unturned here. I think that there are other people we can, some of the other suspects are around. And, I think if this ace detective is as good as he claims, they'll come back or not. I don't know. But, we're risking our lives if we go out in those speedboats because that was so long ago.
He was just gonna have Job see if a boat came back and landed on it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if Job pops again, I'll just get another job.
The good old wizard mentality.
So I guess I would volunteer to go solo and see if we in one of those thingies and look for the 2 of them and tell them if I'm not back in a half hour to ask the captain to launch a search and rescue.
So if you're wanting to get in one of those, there's a whole sheet you have to sign that is a waiver, a safety waiver that essentially says that if you do not return on your own after 30 minutes, so if you haven't been on the full loop out and back within 30 minutes, you will be considered lost and they will not send people out for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sign it.
Okay. So that being said, you know that if you to go out and you can't make it back in time, they're not going to search for you because that's what that waiver is there for. They can't risk the safety of the rest of the passengers just to find one person, and he can just replace those ships as far as he's concerned.
Right. So I'll take a pen and sign it and head for one of the ships.
Okay. These things are very simple to pilot. You don't need to have a whole lot of knowledge. They are designed to be very simple. They have essentially they have a ship's wheel, and then you can either push it forward or back to go up and down. The rest is actually controlled with something inside of it, so it stabilizes itself.
Okay. Do I see anything when I'm flying around?
You will not see any signs of the two ships. The two smaller ships. You guys are well beyond anything that could have been within those guys' range. You will see the beautiful sea turtle, or turtle dragon. I mean the ship. You'll see that as you fly around it. The mountains below you are breathtaking. You fly through some of the clouds, and it's cool. It's very enjoyable, but you don't see any signs of the people who have flown away.
Okay. I'll go ahead and head back to the ship and
Yep.
report to them. There's no signs.
Yep. So as you land, you find that you are you can tell you are the first person to land on this dock in the back of the ship. Also, when Job looked, there was no signs that anyone had landed at anything.
Gotcha. Hey, Rogi, Artie, Kira. So I flew around and I did not see any signs of them at all.
Yep,
Oh,
nothing.
well,
So I'm pretty sure they're goners.
well, um, Akinai, do you know what country Eldon was spying for?
No, he didn't work for one specific. There was a bunch of different ones that didn't like our nation and were paying him. So he was selling the information out to anyone who would pay him enough.
Got it, got it. Okay, I was trying to see if if this noble is from this country, then maybe there's okay, but that's not it. Hmm.
You want me to
Because
go see if we can? I haven't looked at the body yet. I'm a pretty good bounty hunter and stuff. I can probably figure some stuff out.
I don't know why I didn't think of that. I mean, I haven't seen it.
Gotta be a note or something.
Yeah, maybe he had some letters or something around. Maybe he had some kind of correspondence or some kind of clue on the body.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys can go back and take a look at the body if you want.
I show him where the crowbar mark was, and
Yeah, for sure.
And then I'll, if it's okay, then transform into the wolf
Yeah.
and kind of sniff around. And do I hit on any specific scent uh, when I do that?
Yes, you definitely will. Let me see how long scent sticks around for how this is going to work for you.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Can you make a wisdom check to see if you can identify all of the different senses once you've already discovered? You can add survival to this.
Okay, so I've then with my wisdom, I've got 18 plus 4 plus 5 with survival.
Okay. Alrighty, so you are going to easily be able to identify. You can find your own scent in here for your human scent. You can smell Kathira, obviously. You can smell earth. You can also smell a older instance of earth. Now, you're not exactly sure if it was just from the first time they found the body or whatever. You can smell the captain's scent. You can smell Hasaid's scent. You can smell the scent of a halfling, and you can smell the lingering scent of what is your name? I forgot your name. Lorene as well.
Lorraine. I'm trying to remember. Lorraine's the one that we met at the
Queen's
beginning.
name.
Yeah, Lorene's the widow. So you can smell Lorene. You can smell what you can assume is probably Eldon. You can smell Earth, and then you can smell yourself and Kafira and the captain.
Kenai told us that he was already hitting hard on Lorene. So that
There's-
tracks. The halfling, we don't know who he is, except that he might be that Eldon guy.
Right. I'm trying to think if any one of them seems sus from the scent that I sniffed out.
I will say that besides yourself and Kafira, all of them are older synths.
Gotcha.
From
Um,
the experience in combat that we've had, I'm not a seasoned warrior, I am a thief. But does this guy look like he was killed with a trained hand? Like, does this guy look like he was professionally murdered?
You want to make
It-
an
I-
investigation check?
yeah, absolutely. It's a 9.
9. It based on what you can tell, it's a clean wound. It doesn't look like it would have been. It doesn't look like something that would have been done like purely by accident, but you can't tell if it was done like surgically skilled or if it was done by a random act or whatever.
I'm wondering if it could have been, the hand of a warrior who did this, a former soldier.
I'll just kind of look at him and kind of cock my head to the side since I can't really say anything.
Well, I'm wondering if it was more than one person.
Huh.
Because Mustache Man couldn't reach it, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything around the body?
Blood? Lots of blood. What do you? There's no real things right around the body that seem out of place. But again,
any letters?
Earlier, you said some of the documentation was love letters. Do we notice any names that pop out?
All right, so if you go ahead and actually sift through them more so than you're able to before, because no one's stopping you now. Because before someone would like, don't tamper with the evidence or whatever. But now that you can clearly look at it, you can see that there are several love letters to nearly every woman on the ship that has any level of nobility or of wealth of any type. But you also can see several letters that are addressed to him that he brought with him that were not love letters. They were letters to of concern. Some from Nora, who you guys can tell is the dwarven lady you saw earlier. There are some from Olivia, who are essentially calling him out for overtaxing the guilds. And then there are several from other lesser known people. And then you can see a partially written outgoing letter to Silger, which is what you found to be the name of the orc noble.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So, did we talk to the orc guy yet?
I don't think we did.
You have not.
And just in case, like, none of the letters have anything like I'm going to kill you this weekend on the cruise?
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I am the killer.
I mean, there is one missing letter though, or document, or something.
How do
Did
we
it
know?
have like an envelope?
Yeah.
You can tell there's where the blood has splattered everywhere. You can see a clear outline of where something had been picked up. So there's like the square outline of the blood around where the paper would have been on the floor.
Is there a name that Kenai is surprised is missing from the correspondence?
So as he goes through them, he's actually more surprised of how many love letters than he is of the negative correspondence. But he does seem to be a little bit surprised that if Kettle Whistle had been here, like you guys assumed, that there's nothing there from him. He says, if Eldon had made his way back here, there's no way he wouldn't have told him that he was coming, because that's his style. Again, he's brash and to the point.
Okay. Is my smell strong enough to like nip out a missing letter, or
Okay, if you wanted to track the scent of Hasad's blood out of this room like a bloodhound, you could do that, yes.
okay?
That'll be a survival check at advantage.
Survival +5. It might help if I selected. So 13, 14, 18.
And go ahead and roll a second die to see if it's higher, because you have advantage. Okay, so 18. You are able to easily follow the scent of blood, and you are going to follow it through the upper deck and find yourself at one of the other royal suites. On the other side, you will note that the door is locked, as you might expect, but you are aware of the location, and it is just, again, one of the other 3 royal suites on the other side of the ship, so on the starboard side.
Is Pierogi curious enough to just try the random key that he got with that ticket?
I could try it.
I will say that one does not work.
Okay.
Madam Black, do you hear anyone on the other side of the door? Do you think anyone's in?
I'll
I'll just go
kind
ahead
of
and say
that-
you can tell there's not. I'll go ahead and save the rules on this one because there's not.
Okay. I'll put my ears and tail down to kind of signify no.
I'm gonna try and wiggle the. Oh, hey, Tigress.
Hi, Tigers.
I'm gonna try and wiggle the door handle and try and open it.
It is locked though.
Ah. Anybody got a crowbar? Me! Your time to shine.
We're not going to murder anyone.
Well, there's nobody in.
Sure.
If you wouldn't mind opening this door, good sir, please.
Oh yes,
Well, I
Job
wanna
is
see
already
who
on his
this-
way.
Yeah, I want to see who this room belongs to.
Yeah, I sent Job to go get it real quick because it was still in the room.
Yeah, and assuming nothing else is going to be done between that, fast forward, he'll come back with the crowbar pretty quickly.
He drops it in my hand. He's still invisible and whatnot. I'm like,
It's
yeah.
like, barring unforeseen consequences, he already dropped it.
So do I open it or do I roll?
I mean, technically you need to roll, but unless you're worried that you're being noisy, I'm not going to make you. I'm just going to say you can take your time to do it and make a lot of noise in the process.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the process.
Yeah,
Using
so-
the crowbars.
Yeah, so I'm going to say we don't need a roll out of it just because you're just going to keep at it until it happens. So, like you go at it and you practically pry the frame off to get the locking mechanism out of position by the time you get the door to open. But it swings open, and inside you can see a very well kept room. Inside the room there are several stacks of notes.
Do any of them have blood on them?
There is no signs of blood in here. Oh no, there is a sign of blood in here. None of the notes have any blood, but you will find a crossbow bolt with blood.
Oh,
Okay. So I'll go ahead and like sniff at it and let out like a low growl.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it is definitely Hasade's blood. So.
can we tell who the writing is addressed to?
Um, all of the different things you see are stuff written in shorthand of some sort. None of it makes sense as actual words. Instead, it is lines used to make some sort of note. None of it is written in any known language, however. So, at a glance, it's just indecipherable lines.
Okay. Can I tell if there are like changes of clothes? Is this a man's clothes or woman's clothes?
You can definitely tell that this would have been a man's room. There are
Okay.
several changes of men's clothing. You also notice that most of these do not appear to be clothes that you would find for a noble. Instead, more along the lines of a professional, such as a shopkeeper or someone who works with people instead.
What kind of size are these clothing?
They are definitely in the range of human or half elf or Asmar, anything like that. They're not large like a Goliath. They're not small like a halfling or a dwarf. They're all in the human range of clothing.
Hmm.
Well, that could be the investigator's room.
Um,
Very true.
all right. Did you say it was a man's clothing?
Yes.
Okay.
So that rules out Nora Doralin or whatever, the protester,
Mm-hmm.
the dwarven protester. That rules out Laureen Buckman, who's the widow lady. That rules
Olivia.
out Olivia.
Rolls out Mocat.
Yeah.
We have
rules out
Paladin
Kenai.
guy, which I can't remember what kind of.
The paladin was a human. Again, no one caught the name though.
Well,
So-
I didn't even technically hear anything about him. That was Kenai talking to Pierogi at the pool.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
And then
Orc be too big?
Yeah.
The Silgar.
The orc man would be too big for these clothes. Yes.
Yeah, Silger, and he said it's not noble clothes.
Correct.
So it could either be the captain's quarters or it could be the investigator or the paladin, which I guess
Well,
paladins don't
Isn't
typically
Kenai
do
with us?
crossbows.
Would you say?
Does Kenai
So-
recognize any of the things from the meetings that transpired with Sade?
Kenai. Okay, I guess I didn't consider Kenai. You guys did bring him with you, so Kenai is able to recognize a lot of this stuff. He says, "Oh, I've seen this handwriting before. This is stuff written by some guy that used to help Hasade with women problems. He would seek people out and find stuff for him. This young man, very very cute, clean shaven half elf man. Not someone that I recognize here though. But
are there still like guards on the ship, or did they all go after the mustached man?
the guards at this point are all just going about their normal business and basically not trying to get involved anymore. They just, at this point, are trying to make sure everyone else makes it there safe. They don't care about the crime at all because they belong to the ship. And as long as someone's taking care of it, all they're worried about is making sure everyone else is safe.
Okay.
Well,
and
I
if
know
we
it's
could,
primarily men's clothing. Is there any women's clothing anywhere?
You actually do not find any signs of a woman at all. No. Which is actually kind of strange because these suites are normally designed to be used by 2 or more people.
so I would kind of sniff around and also sniff, like, get under the bed and sniff under there.
Yeah, go ahead and make another survival check for me.
Okay. Let's see if I can find.
Over here
any-
trying to like Black Mirror complicate it. Like, okay, well, we know that Widow's on board, but did she bring a whole bunch of men's clothing and then just have a couple of black dresses? Like,
Am I doing with or without advantage?
Advantage, yeah. Since you're using scent, you get advantage on it.
So 9 plus 5, so 14. And then
Okay, so 14.
8.
All right.
Yep.
So you are able to identify the scents in here. You can tell, first off, that you can smell the investigator's scent. You can notice Mocat scent, and you can detect Hasaid's scent, and then the captain's scent.
Okay. I'll kind of come back out from under the bed and
And
frantically
that's like
whack
a
my
throughout scent. That's not necessarily all of it concentrated there, but it's a small room, so the scents kind of all mingle throughout.
Gotcha. Which, if it's okay to ask, which scent would I strongly smell under the bed?
Underneath the bed, you're probably going to mostly notice the Mocat scent, and you're going to also notice Earth's scent, the investigator.
Okay. I would quickly come back out from under and frantically wag my tail and kind of point my nose in the direction of under the bed.
is there something under there? I guess Pierogi will crawl under there, looking for I don't know, any lost objects or any secret doors or something. I guess I don't know.
So yeah, as you go under there, you'll just find a few more a small pile of men's clothing, like stuff that
Okay.
got tossed aside, and you can probably find the remnants of a night of fun. So like scraps from different things that might have been used throughout a night of passion, so to speak.
Okay. Well,
What'd you find?
I don't know. There's just like a bunch of discarded stuff from a night of passion. whatever you can imagine that to be.
Oh my!
But so that begs the question: who could this possibly be? Is this the detective's room? Is this somebody else's?
Not sure who.
We certainly could wait here with the door closed and see if they come back, or we could.
well, if we're gonna do that, why don't we have job wait?
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, he can be invisible and just sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can sneak
I-
some of us into the ballroom where none of us have been able to get into, except for me, and see if we can spot out a handsome half elf.
Not to overtly point you guys in the right direction for this, but you could also just ask whose room this is. Like, go to the captain and ask.
Yeah, let's get the room number. Let's go.
Then-
I'm pretty good friends with the captain. Maybe he'll
Alright.
know.
Like, I
And
like all
then
the
I'll-
subterfuge, but you know that there's always just an easier way here. You could just go out.
And I mean, I'll stay like in wolf form so like they can
Bless
basically
you.
say like, yeah, our like wolf/dog here literally tracked it to this specific room.
Yeah, there you go. That's it, Phil. Exactly. He and I was the one who recommended it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll go
Like,
up there
you
and
guys have
ask
too
him.
much time on your hands. Let's just go ask the guy.
Oh,
He's
was
in
it
the
Corey?
helm,
Gotcha.
right?
Yeah, he's at the helm.
I'm gonna
Cordy,
almost
how
skip
dare
up
you
there.
be sneezy?
Yep. So you head up there, and he's like, "Oh, it's you again," and like goes back to what he's doing. Like he just seems to like you seem to be the sort of person that he doesn't mind you being around, but he's also not like excited to see you, sort of thing.
Oh, most people react that way to me, so I'm totally just going up to him like, "Hey," and what room was it?
It's
we get a
literally
number?
Royal Suite number 4. Like that's how it would be listed.
So I ask him, I'm like, "Who stays in that room?" Because might involve the case.
Oh, there was Earth and his guests were there.
Do you know who his guest was?
Oh, some halfling. I don't know.
Oh, did he have a great mustache?
Oh yes, of course.
Oh. All right. Well, thank you. You've been like my best friend. I really appreciate you. I'm gonna go back to my other guys and keep doing you.
Yeah, but he just kind of like nods. Just
I feel so comfortable here. I love it here. So I go back and I tell them all what he said. What do you guys think?
That's right.
Woof,
We're
woof.
about wrapping it up right around now. So
Well, all I can say is woof woof.
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
right.
So Earth. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the guy we gotta get find. Or we gotta find.
So the inspector who didn't want to deal with any of us. I wonder if like the halfling noticed something or they were in on it together.
I
They had
definitely
been.
think I get the feeling they were accomplices.
I agree.
All right.
Just kind of went sideways for him.
It did.
You know, they got away with it, but unless they didn't land it safely in a half hour, then I don't know.
Well, the inspector probably got like a thorough tour of the ship, like before all these people boarded. So probably knew about that kind of stuff,
It's true.
would be my guess.
All right.
So, my question is what does not make sense to me
Mm-hmm.
is why the investigator would commit or collaborate on a murder and then alert the whole guard and like make a whole scene of it, get a whole bunch of people in on his shtick, and then try to escape. They could have escaped already or just like kept quiet about it. Like that's the part that does not make sense.
All right. So you want to know the reason straight up? It's because you called him out immediately. You were on to him moment one.
Wait. But there wasn't a murder because like he had people he called for like guards to like march through the ship.
Oh yeah,
and he could have gotten away quietly.
He was going to pin it on. Well, no, the body wasn't discovered by him. That part I will say. The body wasn't discovered.
Oh, okay.
But you guys didn't investigate, like, didn't go interrogate any of the random nobles to learn that part.
Got it.
Yeah. So yeah, there were some small things that would have, but he was actually going to stick around and have a grandstanding fight because the halfling was going to leave on his own and then convince one of you guys to chase him. But then you guys had be like literally step one, you're just like it was you. I even played it out too, like where I was just like, no, why would you possibly think that? And I was just like, yep, he got it.
So Pierogi really is the ace detective.
Apparently.
We're just nice.
I was going
Pierogi-
to, if it wasn't so late, I was going to have it where you guys had to find the rest of the little bits to prove your innocence once you get there, because a lot of people heard that you guys were accused, and no one else really got
Right.
actively accused. But we are running a lot longer than I would have preferred. So
I will
No, and
say
I-
Pierogi
I'm
gets
sorry because I do have to turn in.
no.
I've been having a lot of fun.
my plan is always to run 4 hours, and we're almost on 5 hours. Like this is a lot longer than I had planned this one to go. So
I will say I think Pierogi gets a gold star
Mhm.
with the pistache.
Thank you for the pistache.
here, we'll give him an inspiration for the future.
Damn.
Oh, thanks.
And now he also has, Goliath arm candy.
Yeah, that he can
Absolutely.
I
With a,
will allow you to
crowbar.
bring that up at some point if there's a reason.
This is now a contract you have.
Yeah.
I'll have to add Slayer of Giants to my titles.
And the user of crowbar.
Professional crowbar handler. I mean, I think Artie's got that too.
We'll just share that one.
All right. But yeah, thank you guys. I'm sorry that went longer than I had planned. There was a few parts where I had some technical things that really slowed things down. With guys might not have noticed, but I did mention a couple times where like my notes weren't loading or whatever.
Mhm.
I blame OBS.
I spent too much time playing cards.
That was a lot of fun.
No, the plan was for the first 2 hours to be you guys just enjoying the ship. Kind of like I did with the Baba Yaga one, where the first 2 hours were you guys just enjoying the festival.
Well, I had a great time. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm glad you guys did. Let's do...
Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you. Let's do some outros. You guys can say your piece. I'll do my outro. And then we'll raid out. Is there any of you guys, specifically Loot or Sand, since you guys, this is your first time, would like me to raid out to?
Um,
Oh, I know of no one. I'm super new.
it doesn't look like any of my peeps are really streaming right now. I know Reptimus is live. I don't know if you guys know Reptimus.
RNG Reptimus?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I create him.
Absolutely.
We share
Wait, who's
50...
this R&B?
right.
Who?
He and I actually share 56% of our viewer base are the same.
That's awesome.
Random factoid that Twitch told me. So, all right, guys, for closing notes before I do my outro, feel free, one by one. Anything you want to say, go ahead. Start with the new ones. Loot, you want to have anything you want to say about it?
First of all, this was super fun. This is a fun way to spend my birthday. I really enjoyed it. I know Sand and I would love to come back, and do another one shot with you guys. I stream Wednesdays at 6 p.m., Saturdays at 10 a.m., and we've got an upcoming t-shirt making stream, where I 100% want to use the t-shirt that Pierogi has.
The Baba Yaga
And make-
stancing, yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, Sand?
Yeah, no, this was super fun. I've played D&D quite a bit, usually DMing. This is my 4th time being a player.
Hell yeah.
So that's really fun. First time doing it online though. Pretty soon I'm trying to learn Daggerheart. So I'm going
Me
to
too.
stream that eventually. It looks really fun. It's going to be awesome to stream. But I had a lot of fun. This was great.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you want to shout out your actual stream or anything? If not, we'll move
Oh.
on.
It's at Unnamed Sandwich I don't stream very often yet, but I will have a schedule eventually. So stay tuned.
Perfect. All right, Peach.
So first and foremost, I just want to say, for the record, I'm innocent. um, but it was a lot of fun. I also do stream. I stream Monday through Friday, um, usually starting about 12 Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. Mostly doing just chatting and some piano playing. So if you want to come escape and just relax, um, we'd love to have you. Thank you for having us for some D&D.
Absolutely. All right, Phil.
Hi everybody. I'm Take a Chill Phil. You're very chill streamer. Don't forget the underscores in the name. Otherwise, I'm a different person. I don't know. Anyway, super excited to play D&D. Love it. Love RPGs of all kinds. Can't wait to play again. I'll be streaming on Wednesday from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with It Sleeps in the Day and Cat Karma, doing our role-played um, multiplayer co-op. It'll be my first time through the game, and I'm playing a Dark Urge. Then on Thursday, I'll be playing Xenoblade Chronicles Cross from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I'll be finishing the game that session, I am pretty sure. It's been a long series and I've really enjoyed it. Friday, I'm not exactly sure what I'll be doing. It'll either be a drawing stream or I'll jump right into Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which I've been waiting to play for a while. And
So
that's
for Paper Mario.
I adore Paper Mario, so I'm seriously considering it. But I also want to finish animating a drink redeem that I'm working on. So other than that, thanks.
Thank you, guys. All right, well, that's going to be it for us. Reminder, I'm at Sleeps in the Day. We've been doing all this. I want to do my normal outro now. So thank you guys for being part of our night. Thank you for letting us be part of yours. It's never a small thing. We only get so many hours in the day, and I hope you realize that we see that every single time you show up to our streams. Every single one of us. We love all of you. We only do this because you guys keep showing up. So I always want you guys to remember that. We're going to raid out to good old Reptimus, our boy. Tomorrow I'm gonna be probably doing either Night Rain or I'll be doing art, depending on how things are feeling. Again, yes, happy birthday to Loot. Thank you guys for everything. Hopefully I see you guys next time. But if not, I understand. Big love.